You think you know where you came from. Your parents, your hometown, maybe a country, a culture, a flag. But go back further. Keep going. 4.5 billion years ago, there was no Earth, no sun, no solar system, just a cold, drifting cloud of gas and the ash of dead stars. And somehow, out of that nothing came you. Not by accident, not by luck, by a chain of catastrophes so precise, so improbable, that if any single one had gone slightly differently, you simply wouldn't exist. The rock that built your bones was forged inside a dying star. The water in your blood fell from space. The oxygen keeping you alive right now was poison, toxic waste dumped into the atmosphere by microbes that had no idea what they were doing. You are the punchline to a 4.6 billion year joke that almost never landed. This is the complete history of Earth, from literal hellfire to you. Let's start at the very beginning. You are made of dead stars. Not metaphorically, not poetically. Literally. The iron in your blood, the calcium in your bones, the oxygen filling your lungs right now, every single atom was forged inside a star that exploded billions of years before you were born. That's not where the story starts. But that's what the story is about. About 5 billion years ago, in an unremarkable corner of the Milky Way, a vast cloud of gas and dust floated quietly through the dark. Mostly hydrogen, some helium, and scattered through it, heavier elements. Carbon, iron, silicon, oxygen. Those heavier atoms didn't come from nothing. They were the remains of older stars, stars that had burned for millions of years, fused lighter elements into heavier ones in their cores, and then died in a violent supernova explosion, hurling everything they'd ever made out into space. That debris drifted for ages, and eventually, it became us. Every person alive today is, at the atomic level, the recycled remnant of a star that no longer exists. We are, all of us, children of dead suns. Around 4.6 billion years ago, a shockwave from a nearby supernova rippled through that gas cloud and set something in motion. Gravity took over. The cloud began to collapse inward, slowly at first, then faster, the way a spinning figure skater pulls in their arms. Material poured toward the center. Temperatures skyrocketed. Nuclear fusion ignited. The sun was born. But not everything fell into the center. A disk of leftover material, gas, rock, dust, ice, began to orbit the newborn star. Slowly, that disk became the cradle of every planet in our solar system, including Earth. In the beginning, there was no Earth, just microscopic dust grains orbiting in that disk no bigger than grains of sand. But dust grains carry a weak electrostatic charge. When they collided, they stuck. Slowly, they clumped together. Sand became pebbles, pebbles became boulders, boulders became mountains. Mountains became protoplanets, hundreds of kilometers across. Scientists call this process accretion, and it was anything but gentle. In those early millions of years, the inner solar system was a demolition derby. 20 or so protoplanets were jostling for position, constantly colliding, merging, or getting flung into the void. Every large impact released colossal amounts of energy, enough to melt the entire surface of a young planet into an ocean of magma. Earth grew up in that chaos, and it grew up hard. But here's a question worth sitting with. Why isn't Earth bigger? Out in the outer solar system, Jupiter sits there weighing over 300 times as much as Earth. Astronomers have found super-Earths around other stars, rocky planets 2, 5, even 10 times our mass. Why did we end up so small? The answer is almost certainly Jupiter. According to what scientists call the Grand Tack hypothesis, early in the solar system's history, Jupiter migrated dramatically inward, like an elephant stumbling through a china shop, and in the process, swept enormous amounts of material out of the inner solar system. It starved the young Earth of building blocks. On the surface, that sounds like bad luck, but it wasn't. A larger Earth would have crushed life under its gravity. A smaller one couldn't hold on to its atmosphere. Jupiter, in its chaos, accidentally calibrated Earth to the exact size that life requires. Sometimes, the thing that limits you is the thing that saves you. Around 4.5 billion years ago, Earth was nearly complete, roughly 90% of its final size. Then came the event that would change everything. A planetary body the size of Mars, scientists call it Theia, came hurtling in from the depths of the early solar system. It didn't miss. It struck the proto-Earth at a glancing angle, and the energy released was almost incomprehensible. The equivalent of 100 million trillion Hiroshima bombs detonating simultaneously. Earth was ripped open. Billions of tons of molten rock were flung into orbit, and in the tens of thousands of years that followed, that debris slowly coalesced, pulled together by its own gravity, into the moon. How do we know? The Apollo missions brought back lunar rock. When scientists analyzed the oxygen isotope ratios in those samples, they found something extraordinary. The moon's rocks and Earth's rocks are chemically identical, a match so precise it's essentially impossible to explain any other way. The moon isn't a captured asteroid. It isn't some stray body from across the solar system. It's a piece of us. And that impact gave Earth 3 gifts it was never supposed to have. The first, a 23.5 degree axial tilt. Before the collision, Earth may have spun nearly upright. After it, the planet was knocked sideways, and from that tilt came the seasons: spring, summer, autumn, winter. The rhythms that all complex life on Earth eventually organized itself around. The second, the moon's gravitational pull, driving tides. And those tides, the rhythmic pushing and pulling of coastal waters twice a day, every day, created a constantly changing chemical mixing environment along the shorelines. Many scientists believe those tidal cycles played a crucial role in concentrating and energizing the organic molecules that eventually became the first life. The third, stability. The moon's gravity acts as a gyroscope, stabilizing Earth's axial tilt over millions of years. Without it, our planet's axis would wobble chaotically, swinging wildly between extremes, making global climate unpredictable, catastrophic, and probably incompatible with complex life as we know it. No impact, no moon. No moon, almost certainly no us. Sometimes the worst thing that could possibly happen turns out to be the only thing that could have saved you. After the impact, the young Earth entered the darkest chapter in its history. Geologists call it the Hadean Eon, from the Greek Hades, the unseen underworld. And the name is earned. For nearly 600 million years, from about 4.5 to 4 billion years ago, Earth was a place of absolute hell. The atmosphere was a toxic soup, carbon dioxide at concentrations tens of thousands of times higher than today, mixed with methane, ammonia, and hydrogen sulfide. An orange-red haze of poisonous clouds blanketed the planet. You wouldn't have lasted 3 seconds breathing that air. The surface was molten, not rocky, molten. Hundreds of kilometers of liquid magma in which iron flowed like water and rock behaved like cream. Earth had no crust, it had no land, it had no ground to stand on, and the early solar system was still a shooting gallery. Scientists estimate that during the Hadean, a continent-destroying asteroid struck Earth roughly once every 100 years, each one releasing energy equivalent to millions of nuclear weapons. The planet shook constantly, endlessly, being rebuilt and remelted over and over again. No life could have survived this, right? Except something happened. Around 4.4 billion years ago, the solar system's asteroid and comet bombardment began to deliver something remarkable to Earth's surface: water. Comets are largely made of ice. As they slammed into the early Earth, their ice vaporized on impact, shot into the upper atmosphere, cooled, and fell as rain. Then evaporated again, then fell again. For millions, possibly tens of millions of years, it rained. Let that settle for a moment. All of recorded human history spans roughly 5,000 years. This reign lasted 2,000 times longer than everything we have ever written down. And it wasn't gentle. It was a scalding, highly acidic downpour, reacting with toxic gases in the atmosphere, hissing and boiling the instant it touched the still hot surface, then rising back into the sky to do it all over again. But slowly, over geological time, Earth cooled. The surface temperature crossed a threshold. The rain stayed. Water began to pool in the lowest points of the surface. It spread, it deepened, and around 4 billion years ago, for the first time in this planet's history, there was an ocean. That ocean was not the quiet blue world we know today. It was turbid and mineral-rich, with temperatures approaching 80 degrees Celsius in places. It smelled of sulfur. It churned with chemicals. But deep beneath its surface, along the mid-ocean ridges and seafloor fissures, in the places where Earth's interior heat vented into the water column through structures scientists call hydrothermal vents, something was beginning to stir. Something that would change everything. 4.6 billion years of history. Forged in stellar explosions, sculpted by cosmic collisions, boiled, bombarded, poisoned, and rebuilt, again and again and again. And somehow, at the end of all that, the planet didn't die. It lived. And eventually, improbably, impossibly, so did you. Every atom in your body has survived worse than anything you will ever face. The iron in your blood was forged in a supernova. The water in your cells fell from space. You are 4.6 billion years of resilience, concentrated into one human life. So when things feel impossible, remember what got you here. But here's what I haven't told you yet. Down in that scorching primordial ocean, in total darkness, under crushing pressure, at temperatures hot enough to melt lead, something began to happen. Something so improbable, it still doesn't have a fully satisfying scientific explanation. A collection of molecules started doing something no molecule had ever done before. It started copying itself. That was the beginning of life on Earth. And the world it was born into, the Archean eon, makes the Hadean look almost peaceful. Because the moment life appeared, the clock started ticking on the first mass extinction in Earth's history. And ironically, the killer wasn't a meteor. It wasn't a volcanic eruption. It wasn't anything that came from outside. The killer was life itself. The Archean eon, Earth's first mass extinction. Just imagine, you're sitting quietly in the sun. That's it. That's all you're doing. And somehow, that act alone triggers the death of 99% of all life on Earth. That's the Archean eon, and that's where we're starting today. 3.8 billion years ago, Earth was living through a nightmare you cannot imagine. There was no land, no sky as we know it, no breathable air. And death, if anything down there could even call it that, was a luxury. You think the Hadean was bad? The Hadean was the opening act. The Archean is the reason the universe should have given up on this planet entirely. The ocean in the Archean wasn't blue. It was a churning yellow-green broth, scalding hot, thick with dissolved iron, sulfur compounds, and methane. Temperature? Around 80 degrees Celsius. You could dip your hand in and watch the flesh dissolve off the bone within seconds. Look up and the sky pressed down on you like an orange wall. Carbon dioxide in the atmosphere ran at roughly 200 times today's concentration. Oxygen content? Zero. Absolute zero. Take a deep breath in that world. You'd be unconscious in 3 seconds. And here's the part that genuinely breaks the brain. This state lasted for 1.5 billion years. Let that number land. The dinosaurs were wiped out 66 million years ago. The entire reign of the dinosaurs, all of it, was only 165 million years. The Archean sat in this toxic, scalding, oxygen-free hell for 9 times longer than that. And yet, inside that poisonous broth, the most astonishing thing in the history of the universe quietly happened. Roughly 3.8 billion years ago, deep beneath the ocean's surface, thousands of meters down in absolute darkness, there were places where the seafloor split open. Superheated, mineral-rich water blasted up through those cracks at over 400 degrees Celsius, hot enough to melt lead. The pressure down there was enough to crush a submarine like a soda can. No sunlight, no oxygen, no mercy. And yet, in that hellish environment, simple molecules, methane, carbon dioxide, hydrogen, began to collide and recombine, again and again, over millions of years, slowly assembling into amino acids, into nucleotides, into something that had never existed anywhere in the known universe before, a structure that could copy itself. Scientists call it LUCA, the last universal common ancestor. It wasn't spectacular. It might have been nothing more than a fragile strand of RNA, so delicate that a single asteroid impact could have erased it forever. It had no shell, no membrane, no face, but it was alive. And it was your ancestor. Yours, mine, every tree, every bacterium, every blue whale and blade of grass on this planet. All of us, tracing back to one fragile, self-replicating molecule in a pitch-black crack in the ocean floor 3.8 billion years ago. Take 3 seconds and actually sit with that. And yet, inside that poisonous broth, the most astonishing thing in the history of the universe quietly happened. From LUCA, life spent hundreds of millions of years grinding forward in the Archean's toxic soup. And eventually, through countless generations of chemical trial and error, it produced Earth's first true cells, prokaryotes. No nucleus, no complex internal structure, smaller than a speck of dust by a factor of 1,000, but alive, multiplying, relentless. Then, around 3.5 billion years ago, a quiet revolution began. A microorganism called cyanobacteria figured something out that no living thing had ever figured out before. Instead of scavenging chemical energy from the environment, it found a way to harvest energy directly from sunlight, splitting water molecules and carbon dioxide, converting them into fuel, and releasing a byproduct. That byproduct was oxygen. Here's where the story takes a turn that is almost too ironic to be real. That oxygen, the same gas keeping you alive right now, was lethal to everything else on Earth. Every living thing in the Archean had evolved in a world with zero oxygen. Oxygen to those organisms was what chlorine gas is to us. It attacked their biochemistry at the molecular level and killed them in waves. And the cyanobacteria had absolutely no idea. They weren't trying to cause a mass extinction. They had no goal, no awareness, no malice. They were just doing what life does, absorbing sunlight, reproducing, drifting through the water. Completely innocent, completely oblivious, and in doing so, silently poisoning the world around them. It is, in its way, the most darkly comic event in the history of the planet. But the Earth had a buffer, a massive one. The ancient oceans were saturated with dissolved iron, and iron has a powerful affinity for oxygen. As the cyanobacteria pumped oxygen into the water, the iron grabbed it almost immediately, pulling it out of solution and precipitating to the seafloor in layer after layer of reddish-brown iron oxide minerals. These are called banded iron formations, and they are still with us today. The steel in the phone in your pocket, the rebar inside the walls of every building in every city on Earth, the girders of every bridge, the raw material for all of it came from those iron deposits. Which means the steel holding up human civilization traces directly back to cyanobacterial exhaust fumes 3 billion years ago. Microbial waste products accumulated over 1 billion years became the skeleton of the modern world. For nearly 1 billion years, that iron buffer held. But iron is finite. Around 2.5 billion years ago, the ocean's iron supply ran dry. There was no more iron left to absorb the oxygen being produced. With the buffer gone, oxygen began flooding into the atmosphere for the first time in Earth's history, climbing from essentially zero to concentrations that, for the dominant life forms of the time, were nothing short of apocalyptic. Scientists call this the Great Oxidation Event. The anaerobic organisms, the microbes that had dominated Earth for over 1 billion years, died in their billions, overwhelmed, poisoned by the atmosphere their own planet was generating. This was Earth's first mass extinction, and it was carried out not by an asteroid, not by a supervolcano, but by the quiet, mindless activity of photosynthetic bacteria, soaking up sunlight in the warm shallows. The very act of living, of thriving even, had remade the entire planet's atmosphere and wiped out most of the life that existed. But here's the flip side. The organisms that survived, the ones that either adapted to oxygen or hid in oxygen-free pockets, inherited a world of staggering new possibility. Because oxygen-based respiration is enormously more efficient than anaerobic metabolism, we're talking about an energy yield 10 to 15 times greater per unit of food. For the first time in Earth's history, life had access to the kind of fuel that could power something genuinely complex. The door to size, to multicellularity, to everything that came after. It cracked open right there, in the wreckage of the first mass extinction. Life didn't just survive the Great Oxidation Event, it graduated from it. The Archean spent 1.5 billion years hammering one lesson into the rock. Life doesn't arrive gently. It doesn't descend into a peaceful world and unfold according to plan. It crawls out of darkness, molecule by molecule, in conditions that should make it impossible. No guidance, no blueprint, no helping hand. Just chemistry colliding with chemistry, cell dividing from cell, in the deepest and most hostile corners of a dying planet. The first microbes that breathed oxygen didn't know they were changing the world. They didn't know that 3.8 billion years later, one of their descendants would be sitting in front of a screen watching a video about where they came from. They just didn't stop. And because they didn't stop, you exist. The oxygen filling your lungs right now is 2.5 billion years old. It was made by something that had no eyes, no brain, and no plan. It just kept doing the one thing it knew how to do. Sometimes that's enough to change everything. But I need to tell you something that happened next, because it makes everything we've talked about look manageable. After all that, after a billion years of toxic oceans, after the Great Oxidation Event, after life finally found its footing and started to diversify, the entire planet froze solid. Not the poles, not the Arctic, not the northern continents. Everything, from pole to equator, every ocean surface, every shoreline, every inch of this planet encased in up to a kilometer of ice. And life, against all logic, against everything that should have been physically possible, survived it. Locked under a kilometer of ice, in total darkness, for 57 million years. And when the ice finally melted, what emerged from the seafloor was something that had never existed before. Something with no eyes, no mouth, no legs, that scientists had to examine under a microscope just to confirm it was real. Something that is, technically, your ancestor. That's next, the Proterozoic, Snowball Earth, and the first animals. There is something living inside you right now. Not a parasite, not a disease, something that has been with you every second of your life, powering every thought, every heartbeat, every breath. It's called a mitochondrion, and its lineage is 3.8 billion years old. Scientists have proven that it used to be a free-living organism, an independent microbe swimming freely through the ancient ocean. Then, around 2 billion years ago, it was swallowed by a larger cell. But it wasn't digested, it moved in, and it has been living inside your cells ever since, for nearly 2 billion years, passed down through every generation of your ancestors, all the way to you. But here's what I want you to think about. In all that time, in those 2 billion years, your mitochondria lived through something that would make the plot of any disaster film look like a children's story. 700 million years ago, Earth did something that should not have been physically possible. It froze itself, completely. Not the poles, not the northern ice caps, not the Arctic Ocean, everything. From the South Pole to the North Pole, from the poles to the equator, every ocean surface on Earth, locked under nearly a kilometer of solid ice. And the thing living in your cells right now was trapped underneath that ice, in absolute darkness, in temperatures cold enough to freeze the equator solid, for 57 million years. This is the story of the most extreme cold snap in Earth's history, and what came out of the ocean when it finally ended. Because what emerged from that frozen world, when the ice finally melted, had no eyes, no mouth, no legs, no head, no tail. Scientists needed a microscope just to confirm it was an animal at all, and it's your ancestor. Let's go back to where it started. The time is around around 720 million years ago, the late Proterozoic, a period that, on the surface, looked almost peaceful. Almost. In what is now northern Canada, a massive volcanic region called the Franklin Large Igneous Province had been erupting continuously for over 2 million years. And here's where things get counterintuitive, because your first instinct is to think volcanoes mean warming, more CO2, more greenhouse effect, higher temperatures. Usually, yes, but not this time. These particular eruptions were pumping enormous quantities of sulfur dioxide directly into the upper atmosphere. And sulfur dioxide, up there, acts like a planetary sunshade, reflecting sunlight back into space before it can warm the surface. Earth began to cool. And then a feedback loop kicked in that had no off switch. Here's how it works. As temperatures drop, ice starts forming and spreading toward the equator. Ice is white. White reflects sunlight. The more sunlight gets reflected, the colder the planet gets. The colder it gets, the faster the ice spreads. It's a self-accelerating death spiral. Once it starts, nothing can stop it. Over the course of a few million years, the entire surface of Earth, every ocean, every coastline, every square meter of the globe, was sealed under a kilometer of ice. At its coldest, equatorial temperatures were comparable to Antarctica in winter today. And then it just stayed that way for 57 million years. By every reasonable expectation, this should have been the end of life on Earth. Seal the oceans under a kilometer of ice and sunlight can't penetrate. No sunlight means no photosynthesis. No photosynthesis means the food chain collapses from the bottom up. Everything dies. Except it didn't. Life found hiding places, and the hiding places it found tell us something extraordinary about what life actually is. The first refuge was the deep-sea hydrothermal vents, the black smokers we talked about in the last episode. Even with a kilometer of ice above, the ocean floor kept cracking open. Superheated, mineral-rich fluid kept blasting upward. The temperature gradient, the chemical energy, the darkness, none of that changed. The microbes living there simply didn't need the sun. They ran on chemistry. They kept going. The second refuge is something scientists call the slushball Earth hypothesis. The idea is that even at the height of the freeze, the equatorial ice may never have been completely solid, that a thin ring of liquid water might have persisted along the equator, just barely kept open by direct sunlight hitting the surface at its most intense angle. If that's right, then photosynthetic bacteria and algae squeezed into that crack, that razor-thin margin between permanent ice and open water, and simply held on for 57 million years. Life is like that. Give it a crack, any crack at all. It will find a way in. So how did the freeze end? Volcanoes. Here's the mechanism. With the surface completely frozen, liquid water essentially disappeared from the cycle. And liquid water is normally how CO2 gets pulled out of the atmosphere. It dissolves into rainwater, the rain weathers rock, carbon gets locked into minerals and washed into the sea. With that process shut down, volcanic CO2 had nowhere to go. It just kept building up. Decade after decade, century after century, millennium after millennium, for tens of millions of years, Earth's internal volcanoes kept venting carbon dioxide into an atmosphere that could no longer absorb it. By the time the balance finally tipped, CO2 concentrations in the atmosphere had reached roughly 350 times today's levels. The greenhouse effect slammed back with a force that makes our current climate concerns look modest. The ice began to melt, not slowly and gradually, but in a geological instant, catastrophically fast. And then, something remarkable happened. All those nutrients that had been locked in ice for 57 million years, nitrogen, phosphorus, iron, minerals of every kind, came flooding into the ocean simultaneously. It was like pouring 57 million years of accumulated fertilizer into a starving sea in one geological moment. Scientists sometimes describe what happened next as a banquet for life after the longest famine in Earth's history. The explosion of biological activity that followed was unlike anything that had happened since the Great Oxidation Event. Life, which had spent nearly 60 million years clinging to existence in the narrowest possible margins, suddenly had an entire ocean full of food, warmth, and light. And it responded. Around 635 million years ago, the ice finally retreated completely. A new geological period began, one that scientists named after a place no one had heard of until 1946. That year, an Australian geologist named Reginald Sprigg was doing a routine survey in the Ediacara Hills of South Australia, looking for economically useful minerals. What he found instead were faint impressions pressed into ancient rock, circular shapes about 10 centimeters across, with a radial pattern that looked remarkably like a jellyfish. He wrote it up and sent it to Nature. They rejected it. He went to the Australian Prime Minister to report the discovery. The Prime Minister's response was more or less, "Come back when you've found copper." Sprigg became a punchline. But he was right. Those impressions turned out to be among the most important fossil discoveries in the history of paleontology. The oldest large-bodied multicellular organisms ever found, preserved in rock from over 570 million years ago. The period they defined is now called the Ediacaran, named after those hills, and the creatures that lived in it are unlike anything alive today. If someone asked you to describe what life looks like, you'd probably think of an animal with a head, a mouth, legs, eyes, something that moves with purpose and interacts with its environment. Ediacaran life had essentially none of that. The most iconic example is Dickinsonia, an oval, disc-shaped organism, completely flat, with a central ridge running lengthwise and symmetrical ridges fanning out on both sides. The largest specimens were over 1.5 meters long. The smallest were the size of a coin. It had no mouth, no digestive system, no eyes, no limbs, no confirmed head. Scientists aren't even entirely sure which end was the front. How did it eat? The leading theory is that it just lay on the seafloor, on top of a microbial mat, a thick biological carpet of cyanobacteria and single-celled organisms that had been accumulating on the ocean floor for billions of years, and absorbed organic matter directly through its skin, like a living, creeping sponge. For decades, scientists weren't even sure whether Dickinsonia was an animal. Then, in 2018, a research team analyzed molecular residues preserved in the fossil itself and found cholesterol, a compound only animals synthesize. That settled it. Dickinsonia is an animal, one of the oldest known animals on Earth. And it's your ancestor, a disc-shaped pancake of a creature crawling silently across the ocean floor 500 million years ago, is somewhere in your direct lineage. Another Ediacaran organism called Charnia looked like a deep-sea feather, a frond half buried in seafloor sediment, tip pointing upward, swaying gently in whatever currents moved through the ancient water. And then there was Cambrian, which left narrow trails in the mud as it moved, tiny single-footed tracks preserved in stone, evidence that something, at least, had figured out directional movement. The Ediacaran seafloor was a world unlike any before or since. There were no predators, not a single organism with teeth, not a single creature that actively hunted another. The entire ecosystem was static, peaceful in a way that's almost difficult to imagine now. A biological stillness broken only by the slow creep of soft bodies across a carpet of microbes. Dickinsonia drifted across the mat. Charnia swayed in the current. Cambrian left its quiet trails. No eyes to see with, no teeth to fear. No chase, no scream. It was the last time life on Earth would be that calm. Around 542 million years ago, the Ediacaran ended. Almost all of those soft, flat, boneless creatures vanished from the fossil record, essentially simultaneously in geological terms. The reasons are still debated. A global anoxic event that stripped oxygen from the oceans, the emergence of burrowing organisms that tore up the microbial mats these creatures depended on, possibly the earliest predators. Whatever happened, it happened fast. And in the rock layer just above the last Ediacaran fossils, something new begins to appear. Shells, eyes, predators. Here's the part I keep coming back to when I think about the Ediacaran. Those creatures didn't know the ice would melt. They had no awareness of their situation, no capacity for hope, no understanding of what they were surviving. They had no plan. They had no will to endure. They just hadn't died yet. That was the whole of it. For 57 million years, something held on under the ice. Not because it was brave, not because it was strong, not because it could see any future on the other side, just because the conditions that would have killed it hadn't quite succeeded. And when the ice finally broke, that was enough. Every cell in your body right now is descended from that. Your mitochondria, those ancient cellular passengers 3.8 billion years old, survived the freeze, survived the thaw, survived the quiet Ediacaran, survived everything that came after. They didn't know. They couldn't know, but they didn't disappear. So when you're going through something dark, something that feels like it has no end, no light, no exit, I want you to remember this. Your ancestors spent 57 million years in total darkness under a kilometer of ice, with no idea that anything would ever change. They just kept going. And then the ice broke. But I need to tell you what happened next. Because the Ediacaran, that quiet, peaceful world of soft creatures and slow drifting, was about to end in the most violent way imaginable. And the thing that ended it was something smaller than a millimeter. In fact, it's something Charles Darwin spent the final years of his life losing sleep over. He called it the most powerful challenge to his entire theory of evolution. He wrote about it openly in On the Origin of Species, admitting he couldn't explain it, and he never found the answer. In the space of 20 million years, a blink in geological time, 38 separate animal body plans appeared on Earth almost simultaneously. Every major animal group alive today traces back to this one window. Arthropods, mollusks, chordates, echinoderms. Scientists call it the Cambrian explosion. And it was triggered by something so small, so seemingly insignificant, that it's almost impossible to believe it changed everything. The first eye. That's next, Darwin's unsolved mystery, how something smaller than a millimeter detonated the entire planet. Do you believe in evolution? There is one thing that Charles Darwin himself could not explain. It tormented him for the rest of his life. He lost sleep over it. And in On the Origin of Species, the book that changed science forever, he admitted it openly in his own words. This is the most powerful objection to my theory. He died without an answer. You're about to find out what it was. For the previous 3 billion years, Earth had nothing on it more complex than a single cell. Then, in the span of roughly 20 million years, a window so short in geological time that scientists compare it to the blink of an eye, 38 separate animal body plans appeared on this planet almost simultaneously. Arthropods, mollusks, chordates, echinoderms. Every major category of animal alive on Earth today traces its ancestry back to this single extraordinary window. 20 million years is nothing. The dinosaurs ruled for 165 million. The Archean eon crawled by for 1.5 billion. 20 million years in deep time is barely a rounding error. And yet in that rounding error, the entire animal kingdom was born. Scientists call it the Cambrian explosion. Darwin called it the most damning evidence against everything he'd built his life's work on. Because evolution, by his theory, should be slow, gradual, imperceptible across a human lifetime. But the Cambrian fossil record wasn't slow. It looked like a detonation. So what lit the fuse? The answer is something less than a millimeter in size. It's the first eye. Before we get there, I want to ask you something you've probably never thought about. What was life like before eyes existed? For nearly 3 billion years before the Cambrian, Earth's oceans had been occupied, but barely. The creatures living there were microscopic, primitive, largely passive, and even by the eve of the Cambrian, the most sophisticated life forms were things like Dickinsonia, flat, eyeless, mouthless, just lying on the seafloor, absorbing nutrients through their skin. No chasing, no fleeing, no hunting, no hiding. Nothing was watching anything else. Nothing was being watched. The entire ocean was essentially a dead calm. Animals existed, but the word survival barely applied, because nothing was actively trying to kill you. You just sat there, absorbed whatever drifted past, waited. That world lasted for almost 3 billion years. Then, 541 million years ago, it exploded. In the space of 20 million years, the ocean went from that near stillness to a full-scale biological arms race. Every major animal phylum, every branch on the animal family tree, appeared in the fossil record within this single window. Not gradually, not one by one across hundreds of millions of years, essentially all at once. This is what kept Darwin awake at night. His theory demanded a slow, continuous fossil record, an unbroken chain of incremental change. The Cambrian gave him a vertical cliff. Scientists have argued about this for over 150 years. And the most compelling answer, the one that to many researchers makes the most sense, is an event so small it would be invisible to the naked eye. Think about what predation actually requires. If you can't see your prey, you can't hunt. Before eyes existed, the concept of active predation was essentially impossible. Every organism was doing the same thing, passively waiting for food to drift within reach. There was no evolutionary pressure to be faster, smarter, harder, more armored, more agile. There was nothing to run from, nothing to chase, no pressure, no urgency, no arms race. Then the first eye opened. We don't know exactly which creature it belonged to. We may never know. But the moment any living thing could see, could detect, track, and pursue a target, everything changed. Instantly, a new category of relationship existed: predator and prey, hunter and hunted. And prey that didn't respond, didn't run, didn't hide, didn't develop any defense, simply got eaten. Once that pressure switch flipped, it couldn't be turned off. Prey species evolved hard shells to resist being crushed. Predators evolved stronger claws to crush through shells. Prey evolved speed. Predators evolved sharper senses. Prey evolved eyes of their own to spot danger before it arrived. Predators evolved to be faster, more efficient, harder to detect. Every adaptation on one side of the equation immediately created selection pressure on the other. It was a feedback loop, and once it started, it amplified itself with every generation. In 20 million years, that loop produced the entire animal kingdom. Every complex animal alive today, every fish, every insect, every bird, every mammal, is the product of that arms race, including you. Your eyes, your reflexes, your immune system, your brain. All of it is a direct inheritance from a competition that started the moment the first creature could see. At the top of that first ecosystem, the apex predator of the Cambrian Ocean, the thing everything else was running from, was Anomalocaris. The name means strange shrimp, and strange doesn't quite cover it. Anomalocaris could reach nearly a meter in length, enormous for a world where most animals were a few centimeters long. In that context, a meter-long predator was the equivalent of a great white shark appearing in a world that had never seen anything bigger than a goldfish. It was an absolute terror, a category unto itself. Its compound eyes were extraordinarily developed, wide-set, nearly 360-degree field of vision, capable of tracking prey in multiple directions simultaneously. Its mouth was a circular arrangement of interlocking plates that snapped shut like a mechanical claw, designed specifically for seizing and crushing. It didn't swim past, it hunted, it pursued, it locked onto targets and closed the distance. For the creatures of the Cambrian, Anomalocaris was the nightmare scenario, the thing evolution was desperately trying to build a defense against. And the creature trying hardest to survive it was the trilobite. Trilobites are among the most successful organisms in the history of life on Earth. They would persist for over 270 million years, surviving 3 separate mass extinctions before finally disappearing in the Great Dying we covered last episode. At their peak in the Ordovician, they had diversified into over 5,000 known species. But what makes trilobites genuinely astonishing, what makes them, in my view, one of the most remarkable things evolution has ever produced, is their eyes. Trilobite compound eyes were built from calcite, not organic tissue, not the proteins and membranes that almost every other eye in history is made from. Calcite, the same mineral as limestone. Stone, essentially. Each eye was composed of hundreds, sometimes thousands, of individual calcite lenses, each one a discrete optical unit, together forming a panoramic, wide-angle composite image. The optical engineering involved is, by any measure, extraordinary. Scientists who have studied trilobite lens geometry found it essentially identical in principle to certain advanced optical systems used in modern precision instruments. A living creature, 541 million years ago, independently arrived at optical engineering that humans wouldn't match until the 20th century. It built its eyes out of rock, and those eyes were good enough to see Anomalocaris coming. I want to tell you about a place before I go any further, because what happened there is one of the most remarkable things in the history of science. In 1909, a geologist named Charles Walcott was working in the Canadian Rockies in British Columbia. He was surveying rock formations in a region called the Burgess Pass when he found something that shouldn't have been there: soft-bodied fossils. Not shells, not bones, soft tissue, preserved in exquisite detail in 508 million-year-old shale. The odds of this happening are almost impossibly small. Soft tissue doesn't fossilize under normal conditions. It decays before it can be preserved. For soft-bodied Cambrian creatures to be found intact, the preservation conditions would have had to be essentially perfect. Rapid burial, anoxic sediment, no scavengers, precise chemistry. All of it in the right place at the right time. Somehow, it happened. And Walcott spent years excavating what is now called the Burgess Shale, one of the most important fossil sites on Earth. What came out of that rock was a gallery of creatures that look like nothing alive today. Anomalocaris in stunning detail. Hallucigenia, a creature with spines on its back and tentacles for legs, which scientists spent decades arguing about, unable to agree on which end was the head. Opabinia, 5 eyes and a grasping appendage where its mouth should be. So bizarre that when it was first formally described at a scientific conference, the audience reportedly burst out laughing. These weren't transitional forms leading towards something familiar. They were experiments, dead ends. Roads evolution went down and then abandoned. Body plans that existed for millions of years succeeded at survival and then simply disappeared, leaving no descendants, no living relatives, nothing. They had been sleeping inside that rock for 500 million years, waiting for someone to read them. 541 million years ago, the first eye opened somewhere in the dark water of the Cambrian Sea. In that moment, without fanfare, without awareness, without any sense of what was being set in motion, the world changed. Before that eye, life was blind and the ocean was still. After it, nothing would ever be still again. I sometimes think about what seeing actually means, not just as a biological function, but as a kind of existential fact. Because before eyes, the universe existed without being witnessed. Light fell on surfaces and bounced away into nothing. Shapes moved through water and left no impression in any mind. The world happened, but no one observed it. The first eye changed that. And from that first moment of seeing came desire. Because now you could perceive something you didn't have. From desire came competition. From competition came complexity. From complexity, eventually, came everything. Nervous systems, brains, language, consciousness, art, mathematics. The capacity to look back across 541 million years of history and understand, however imperfectly, what happened. The eyes you're using to read these words right now are, in an unbroken chain of inheritance, the direct descendants of that first eye, whatever it was, wherever it opened, in whatever creature first looked out at the world and saw. It didn't know what it had done, but it changed everything. But here's the thing I haven't told you yet. That first eye, the arms race it started, the animal kingdom it created, was just one chapter, and not even the most astonishing one. Because if you keep following the thread forward through 541 million more years of evolution, catastrophe, extinction, and improbable survival, you arrive at a question that is somehow both the simplest and the most difficult question in all of natural history. How did you get here? Not humans in general. You, this specific person, with this specific body, with eyes that evolved over 500 million years, and a brain whose architecture was shaped by every disaster and near extinction on this list. The complete answer spans the entire 4.6 billion year history of this planet. It passes through every episode we've covered: the Hadean Hell, the First Cell, the Great Oxidation, Snowball Earth, the Cambrian Detonation, and continues through fish crawling onto land, dinosaurs rising from the wreckage of a mass extinction, mammals hiding in the dark for 165 million years, a supervolcano nearly finishing the job, and finally, one small, unremarkable primate standing upright on the African savanna and reaching down to pick up a rock. That's the full story of human origins, all 4.6 billion years of it. That's next. You are a 1 in 10 billion miracle, the complete 4.6 billion year story of human origins. Before we start, I want to ask you a question. Who are you? Not your name, not your job, not where you're from or what you do for a living. I mean you. This specific arrangement of matter, sitting here right now, capable of asking that question in the first place. Where did it come from? How did it get here? What had to happen across all of time for you to exist? Most people think they know the answer. Humans evolved from apes. Apes evolved from earlier primates. It's in every textbook. You learned it in school. But that's not the answer. That's just the last 5 minutes of a 4.6 billion year story. The real answer, the complete answer, is one of the most improbable, most violent, most astonishing stories ever told. And today, we're going to tell all of it. A few things to notice about the body you're living in before we go back to the beginning. Your eyes are in the front of your face, not on the sides. That's not obvious or inevitable. Most animals don't work that way. There's a specific reason those eyes migrated forward, and it happened tens of millions of years ago in the treetops. Your legs are straight. You stand upright. Your closest living relative, the chimpanzee, with whom you share 99% of your DNA, can't do that. It walks bent, knuckles near the ground. The difference between your posture and theirs represents a gamble your ancestors made roughly 6 million years ago on an African savanna that nearly got them killed. And your brain, 1,300 grams of tissue sitting in your skull right now, contains somewhere in the range of 100 trillion synaptic connections. It is, by any measure we have, the most complex object in the known universe. All of that, every feature of the body you inhabit, has a history, a long one. Let's start at the very beginning. 4.6 billion years ago, Earth was a genuine hell. The entire planet was covered in a magma ocean, temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. The sky was orange-red. The atmosphere was thick with hydrogen sulfide, methane, and hydrogen cyanide, compounds that would kill you in seconds. You couldn't breathe there. You couldn't stand there. You couldn't exist there at all. And yet this is where everything begins. Around 4.4 billion years ago, comets and asteroids from beyond Jupiter's orbit began hammering Earth in enormous numbers. These weren't random debris. They were carrying something. Water molecules, frozen in their cores, delivered from the outer solar system in an interplanetary freight run that lasted tens of millions of years. The water vaporized on impact, shot into the upper atmosphere, cooled, condensed, and fell. Then vaporized again. Then fell again. A rain that lasted 10 million years. Not a decade, not a century, 10 million years of continuous rain. 2,000 times the entire span of recorded human civilization, falling drop by drop onto a planet still hot enough to boil them back into the sky. But Earth was cooling, and around 4 billion years ago, the temperature finally dropped below the threshold where water could stay. It pooled in the low places. It spread. It deepened. The first ocean formed. It was turbid, mineral-rich, scalding hot in places, and in the cracks along its floor, in the hydrothermal vents where superheated water blasted upward at 400 degrees, something began to stir. Around 3.8 billion years ago, a collection of simple chemical molecules, driven by thermal energy cycling through reactions over and over, assembled into something that had never existed anywhere in the universe before, a structure that could copy itself. Scientists call it the last universal common ancestor. It wasn't a cell yet. It may have been little more than a self-replicating RNA strand, fragile enough that a single large impact could have erased it entirely. But it was alive. And it was the ancestor of every living thing on Earth. You, me, every tree, every bacterium, every mushroom, every blue whale. The entire 4 billion year family tree of life on this planet roots back to that one fragile molecule in the dark at the bottom of a prehistoric ocean. For the next 2 billion years, single-celled life ruled Earth. Slowly, incrementally, it diversified, but the planet's real transformation was still ahead. Around 2.5 billion years ago, a microorganism called cyanobacteria learned to do something revolutionary: use sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide to produce energy, and release oxygen as a waste product. To us, oxygen is life, but to the anaerobic organisms that dominated early Earth, it was poison, as lethal as chlorine gas. And the cyanobacteria had no idea. They were just living, absorbing sunlight, reproducing, drifting through the ancient ocean, silently killing most of the life on the planet in the process. This is the Great Oxidation Event, and it was Earth's first mass extinction. Over 90% of all species were wiped out by the metabolic waste products of microscopic photosynthesizers that had no awareness of what they were doing. But the survivors, the organisms that adapted to oxygen or hid in oxygen-free pockets, inherited a staggering advantage. Oxygen-based respiration is roughly 10 to 15 times more energy efficient than anaerobic metabolism. For the first time, life had fuel enough to become genuinely complex. Around 1 billion years ago, some cells began clustering together. Multicellular life emerged. And once you're big enough, you can do something that was previously impossible. You can eat something else. Predation appeared. The rules of the game changed permanently. By 541 million years ago, the Cambrian explosion we covered last episode, the arms race between predator and prey had ignited the fastest biological diversification in Earth's history. And buried in that explosion was one small, unremarkable creature with a structure running along its back that would change everything. A notochord, the precursor to a spine. That was your ancestor. A soft-bodied, centimeter-scale organism in the Cambrian Ocean with a primitive rod of cartilage where a backbone would eventually be. You are what happened to that notochord after 500 million more years of evolution. 400 million years ago, the land was dead to vertebrates. The atmosphere was breathable, the Devonian had enough oxygen, but the engineering problems of moving from water to land were enormous. Gills don't work in air. Gravity, which water largely cancels out, would flatten a fish's body like a pancake the moment it crawled ashore. No vertebrate had solved these problems. None had tried. Until drought forced the issue. The ancestors of lungfish, living in shallow freshwater systems during a period of increasing aridity, faced a choice as their pools dried up: die in the shallows or find another pool. Some of them began dragging themselves across mud with their fins, breathing through primitive lungs, moving between water bodies not by swimming but by hauling. Generation by generation, over millions of years, the fins strengthened. The fins became lobed, then limb-like. The vertebrae thickened to bear weight against gravity. The skin toughened. Around 375 million years ago, Tiktaalik appeared, a transitional creature with a fish's scales and tail, but fins containing a recognizable arrangement of bones: humerus, radius, ulna, the exact bones in your arm right now. If you held Tiktaalik's fossilized fin next to your own hand and looked at the skeletal structure, you would see unmistakably the origin of every gesture you've ever made. Every time you've reached for something, picked something up, waved to someone, the mechanics of that motion trace directly back to a fish that decided to drag itself out of a drying pool 375 million years ago. 252 million years ago, the Permian mass extinction, the Great Dying, erased 96% of marine species and over 70% of land vertebrates. Earth was nearly reset to zero. What crawled out of the wreckage first were the dinosaurs' predecessors, and the dinosaurs themselves, after tens of millions of years as subordinate, low-ranking animals, eventually emerged as Earth's dominant life form. For 165 million years, they ruled every terrestrial environment on the planet, and for 165 million years, our ancestors lived in the gaps. The earliest true mammals were mouse-sized or smaller, warm-blooded, fur-covered, nocturnal. They spent the daylight hours hiding in burrows and root systems, motionless, waiting. Only in the dark, when the dominant predators were less active, did they dare to move. Think about what 165 million years of hiding in the dark does to a lineage. It drives investment in hearing, in smell, in any sensory system that works without light. It favors brains that are better at processing complex, ambiguous information in conditions where vision fails. It creates a cognitive architecture built for vigilance, for pattern recognition, for predicting danger before it arrives. Everything that makes your brain complex, the very cognitive machinery you're using to understand these words, was shaped, in part, by 165 million years of our ancestors being prey. The anxiety you feel in unfamiliar situations, the way a sudden sound makes you flinch, the hyper-awareness that comes in the dark. These aren't weaknesses. They're the inheritance of a lineage that survived by being impossibly alert. Then, 66 million years ago, the asteroid arrived. A rock 10 kilometers across, traveling at 20 kilometers per second, struck the Yucatan Peninsula with the energy of 1 billion nuclear weapons. The impact winter that followed lasted years. 3/4 of all species on Earth went extinct. The non-avian dinosaurs, every last one, disappeared. And the small, burrowing, warm-blooded mammals that had spent 165 million years being irrelevant, they survived. Their small bodies required less food. Their varied diets could adapt to whatever the post-impact world offered. Their burrowing habit protected them from the immediate devastation. Within a few million years, the continents were theirs. Tens of millions of years ago, our primate ancestors had moved into the trees. This move reshaped us profoundly. Navigating a three-dimensional arboreal environment, leaping between branches, grasping at precise angles, judging distances where a mistake means a fatal fall, requires eyes that face forward for stereoscopic depth perception. It requires hands capable of fine motor control. And it rewards brains that can process complex spatial information in real time. The eyes moved to the front of the face. The hands became more dexterous. The brain expanded. But around 6 million years ago, the climate in East Africa shifted. Forests retreated. Grasslands spread. And our ancestors, who had built an entire biology around the trees, faced a landscape where the trees were disappearing. Some of them came down. On open savanna, bipedalism offers things quadrupedalism doesn't. Better long-range vision over tall grass, more efficient thermoregulation under the equatorial sun, and, crucially, hands that are permanently free. The transition wasn't fast. It wasn't elegant. The pelvis had to be completely restructured. The spine's curvature had to change. Bipedal walking is, from a mechanical standpoint, a controlled forward fall, an extraordinarily demanding balancing act that requires continuous neural computation. Early hominins were slower than many of their predators, more vulnerable in some ways than before, but the hands were free. 3.2 million years ago, an individual we now call Lucy, Australopithecus afarensis, walked fully upright. We know because her fossilized footprints survive, and they are anatomically indistinguishable from yours. 2.4 million years ago, Homo habilis, handyman, began deliberately striking stones against each other to create cutting edges. The first tools. The first technology. The first moment in Earth's history that a living thing intentionally modified an object to extend its own capabilities. 1.8 million years ago, Homo erectus emerged, with a brain volume approaching 1,000 milliliters. And Homo erectus made the discovery that, more than any other, separated our lineage from everything else on Earth. They learned to control fire. Cooked food is dramatically easier to digest than raw food. The gut, liberated from the enormous energy cost of processing raw plants and meat, shrank, and the energy it had been consuming, a significant fraction of the body's total caloric budget, was redirected to the brain. Brain tissue is metabolically expensive. It consumes disproportionate amounts of energy per gram. Before cooking, there was a hard ceiling on how large a brain a primate could sustain on a wild diet. Fire removed that ceiling. The brain grew. The larger brain found better ways to cook, to hunt, to cooperate. Better cooperation meant more consistent food. More consistent food meant more energy for more brain growth. A feedback loop had begun, and it ran for 1 million years. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the descendants of Homo erectus had diversified into 3 distinct human lineages, living in different parts of the world. In Ice Age Europe, the Neanderthals, physically, they were exceptional. Stocky, enormously strong, cold-adapted in ways we still haven't fully replicated. Average brain volumes slightly larger than ours. They survived for over 300,000 years in conditions that would kill most modern humans without equipment. They made sophisticated stone tools. They buried their dead. They likely had some form of spoken language. By any pre-modern standard, they were formidable. In Asia, the Denisovans, known to us only through fragments, a finger bone, some teeth, a jawbone, but whose genetic legacy persists in populations across South and Southeast Asia and among indigenous Australians. They carried gene variants that today help Tibetans survive at altitude. They were real, and they were successful, and almost everything else about them remains a mystery. And in Africa, Homo sapiens. Us. Anatomically modern, but not yet behaviorally modern. Physically unremarkable compared to Neanderthals. Thinner boned, less muscular, less cold adapted. On paper, we were not the obvious candidates to inherit the Earth. Then, 74,000 years ago, the Toba supervolcano in Indonesia erupted, one of the largest eruptions in the last 2 million years. A volcanic winter followed. Global temperatures dropped. Vegetation collapsed across entire regions. Africa's Homo sapiens population, already fragmented, was compressed to perhaps just over 1,000 reproductively viable adults. Every person alive today, every single human being on Earth, is descended from that group. We came within a margin that small of total extinction, but that group held on. And when the climate recovered, something had changed. The population that emerged was doing things that no human group had done before, with anything like the same consistency or sophistication, making standardized tools that could be taught and replicated across generations, creating symbolic objects, producing art, burying the dead with deliberate ritual. Scientists call the cognitive transformation that produced these behaviors the Great Leap Forward, or the cognitive revolution. Around 70,000 to 50,000 years ago, Homo sapiens developed the capacity for something that changed everything: abstract, symbolic thought. The ability to construct shared fictions, gods, tribes, laws, obligations, and coordinate the behavior of large groups of strangers around them. 2 unrelated Neanderthals who had never met would have no basis for cooperation. 2 unrelated Homo sapiens who had never met could cooperate immediately because they shared a story, a shared god, a shared identity, a shared set of rules about how strangers ought to treat each other. Neanderthals operated in bands of 20 or 30 people. Homo sapiens could organize hundreds, then thousands, then tens of thousands. 50,000 years ago, we invented long-range projectile weapons. The spear thrower, and later the bow, allowed us to kill large animals from a safe distance, transforming hunting from a high-casualty, close-quarters gamble into a precision operation. Mortality in hunting dropped sharply. Populations grew. We expanded out of Africa, into the Middle East, across Asia, into Europe. down through the Americas, across the Pacific. Everywhere we arrived, the megafauna started disappearing. About 30,000 years ago, the last Neanderthal died, alone, somewhere in southern Europe in winter. We don't know the details. We know only the outcome. Homo sapiens was the last human species standing, and we were just getting started. 40,000 years ago, mammoth ivory carvings, narrative cave paintings, bone flutes, ritual burials with grave goods. 12,000 years ago, agriculture, wheat in the Fertile Crescent, rice in Asia, domesticated animals, permanent settlements, cities, writing, civilization. Sit with this for a moment. The eyes you're using to read these words right now took 500 million years to build, starting from a light-sensitive patch of cells on a Cambrian ocean floor. The legs holding you upright are the direct mechanical descendants of fins that dragged a fish across a drying mudflat 375 million years ago. Your brain, this extraordinary, metabolically expensive, improbable organ, was shaped by 165 million years of nocturnal hiding, by a million years of cooking food by firelight, by 74,000 years of near extinction pressure, and by something in the cognitive architecture of one small African population that learned to believe in things it couldn't see. Somewhere in your DNA right now, there are sequences that came from Neanderthals. For people outside of sub-Saharan Africa, roughly 2% of the genome traces back to people who were a different species. They're gone as a distinct population, but they're not entirely gone. They're in you, influencing your immune response, your sleep patterns, your adaptation to cold. You are not a single species product. You are a palimpsest, a manuscript written on top of older manuscripts. Layers of extinct populations and vanished worlds and near extinctions compressed into one human life. On the full 4.6 billion year timeline, you required every single domino to fall. The asteroid that delivered water, the first cell, the great oxidation event, Snowball Earth, the Cambrian explosion, the fish that crawled ashore, the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs, the Toba supervolcano, every mass extinction, every near miss, every improbable survival. If any one of them had gone differently, by even a fraction, you don't exist. Not humans in general, you. This specific arrangement of matter, with this specific history, capable of understanding all of this. You are a 1 in 10 billion miracle. And the fact that you sometimes feel like you're failing or lost or not enough, look at what it took to produce you. Your ancestors survived things that should have finished them. They survived the dark under the dinosaurs. They survived Toba. They survived everything. That stubbornness is not incidental to what you are. It is what you are. But I want to go back to something we skipped over. In telling the story of how you got here, we fast-forwarded through a chapter that deserves its own episode. Because one of the most important upgrades in your entire evolutionary lineage wasn't the eye. It wasn't the spine. It wasn't the brain. It was your jaw. Right now, you have differentiated teeth, incisors in front, canines behind them, molars in back. That arrangement is so familiar, you've never thought about it. But 400 million years ago, it didn't exist. Your ancestors had a circular mouth, a jawless suction disc they used to filter mud from the seafloor. The jaw didn't just let your ancestors chew, it made them, for the first time, genuine predators. The moment the first fish evolved a jaw, it stopped waiting for food to drift into its mouth and started actively hunting. And then the universe decided that wasn't enough, and it sent a death ray from 6,000 light years away. A gamma ray burst, the most energetic explosion in the known universe, hit Earth 444 million years ago. A dying star, so far away it had never seen our planet, fired a beam of radiation across the galaxy in its death throes. It tore open the ozone layer. Ultraviolet light flooded the ocean surface. 85% of all species on Earth were erased. That's the first mass extinction, and it's just the opening act of the next episode. Because what came after, the Ordovician, the Silurian, the Devonian, contains two more extinctions: the origin of jaws, the first forests, the fish that gave you your arms, and the most improbable mass extinction cause in Earth's history. The killer, it turned out, was trees. That's next, from cosmic death rays to rebellious trees. Two extinctions, one jaw, and the fish that gave you your arms. You think your mouth is for eating. Wrong. It's a weapon. And here's something even stranger. You almost didn't have one. 400 million years ago, your ancestor's mouth was a circular disc, a jawless suction cup, pressed against the seafloor, scraping up whatever organic debris it could find. No teeth, no bite, no ability to pursue anything. Just a filter at the bottom of the food chain, waiting. Then, the jaw evolved from a gill arch, and in that single structural transformation, your lineage stopped being passive and became predatory for the first time. The jaw didn't just let fish bite. It made vertebrates, your ancestors, into hunters. For the first time, a creature with a backbone was actively chasing its food rather than waiting for it to drift by. Scientists consider the evolution of the jaw one of the most consequential upgrades in the entire history of vertebrate life. And the mouth you're using to breathe right now, the teeth behind your lips, the mandible hinging open and closed, is the direct mechanical inheritance of that transformation. 3 geological periods, 2 mass extinctions, 1 jaw, 1 fish with arms, and a mass extinction caused by something you'd never suspect. The time is 485 million years ago, the Ordovician period. Last episode, we covered the Cambrian explosion and the arms race that the first eye ignited. The Ordovician is where that arms race hit full stride. Seas covered nearly 70% of Earth's surface. The shallow coastal waters were warm and oxygen-rich. Life was growing faster and stranger than at almost any other point in the planet's history. Trilobites were at the absolute peak of their power, having diversified into over 5,000 known species. Some had the finely engineered calcite compound eyes we discussed last time. Others had evolved elaborate decorative spines along their bodies, baroque and intricate as lacework, for reasons we still argue about. They were simultaneously prey, predators, and ecological keystone species across every marine environment on Earth. But trilobites weren't the strangest thing in the Ordovician Ocean. Floating through those ancient waters was a colonial organism called a graptolite, a creature that looked, in fossil form, like a fine-toothed saw blade pressed into rock. Graptolites existed in enormous numbers, and when they died en masse and sank to the seafloor, they left distinctive layered deposits that today serve as one of the most reliable dating tools in all of geology. A rock layer containing graptolites is, to a geologist, a timestamp in stone. And then there was Cambrian, a cephalopod mollusk whose conical shell could reach 11 meters in length. A biological torpedo, hovering in the water column, the unchallenged apex predator of the entire Ordovician Ocean. Trilobites? Primitive fish? When Cambrian arrived, everything else was lunch. Speaking of fish, the Ordovician saw the first true vertebrates enter the fossil record as proper fish rather than filter-feeding worm-like precursors. But they had no jaws. They could only filter feed and scrape organic matter from the seafloor. Anatomically pathetic, ecologically marginal. But don't write them off. They were your ancestors. And in a few tens of millions of years, their descendants would develop jaws and completely rewrite the rules of the ocean. Then, without warning, the Ordovician ended. 444 million years ago, the southern supercontinent Gondwana cooled rapidly, generating massive ice sheets. Sea levels plummeted as water locked into ice. Shallow seas drained away, exposing the seafloor. The warm, nutrient-rich coastal environments that had sustained the explosion of Ordovician life simply vanished. Species after species collapsed. The die-off was staggering. But there's a second hypothesis hypothesis about what ended the Ordovician, one that, to my mind, is the most unsettling extinction scenario in Earth's entire history: a gamma-ray burst. Somewhere around 6,000 light-years from Earth, a massive star collapsed. In its death throes, it released the most energetic explosion in the known universe, a focused beam of gamma radiation that crossed interstellar space and struck Earth's atmosphere. In a geologically instantaneous moment, the ozone layer was shredded open. Ultraviolet radiation from the sun, now unfiltered, penetrated directly into the surface waters of the ocean. Phytoplankton, the base of the entire marine food chain, died in massive waves. The chain collapsed from the bottom up. The result? 85% of all species on Earth were permanently erased. The first mass extinction. And here's what makes it genuinely terrifying. That star never knew Earth existed. It was 6,000 light-years away. Its death had nothing to do with our planet. It simply collapsed, as dying stars do, and fired a burst of radiation in our direction as a side effect of its own annihilation. Earth nearly lost life entirely because of a star it had never interacted with, whose light it will never see again, dying in a completely unrelated catastrophe on the other side of the galaxy. The universe doesn't care. That's the lesson of the Ordovician extinction. Life didn't give up. The survivors crawled out from whatever refugia had protected them, deeper water, isolated pockets of ocean, and began the slow work of rebuilding. This is the Silurian period, beginning around 443 million years ago, and the Silurian delivered something the Ordovician never had: the jaw. The jaw evolved from gill arches, the bony structures that had previously functioned purely as part of the breathing apparatus. Over evolutionary time, the front pair of gill arches modified, enlarged, and eventually transformed into the hinged, biting structure that let vertebrates grip, tear, and actively pursue prey. Fish diversified explosively. The predator-prey dynamic in the ocean changed permanently. A vertebrate with a jaw isn't just a better eater. It's a fundamentally different kind of organism in the ecology of the world it inhabits. But the Silurian's most significant development didn't happen in the ocean at all. The land, which had been lifeless for nearly 4 billion years, received its first colonizers. The earliest land plants were tiny, a few centimeters tall, lacking true leaves, lacking true roots, looking more like green mats and stubby upright stalks than anything you'd recognize as vegetation. But they were alive. They were photosynthesizing. They were producing oxygen on land. And they were doing something that would have enormous consequences for the future. Their root-like structures were beginning to weather rock, releasing minerals into the soil and eventually into waterways. This is life's first deliberate invasion of an entirely new dimension. The land had been inert for almost the entire history of the planet. Now it wasn't. Close behind the first plants came the ancestors of centipedes and spiders, arthropods that crawled ashore to take advantage of what was, at the time, an essentially uncontested environment. No terrestrial predators, no competition, an empty world waiting. 419 million years ago. The Devonian period. And if there's a golden age for any single group of organisms in Earth's history, this is it for fish. The diversity that exploded into the Devonian Ocean is breathtaking. Placoderms, armored fish with thick bony plates covering their heads and thoraxes, like living tanks. Early sharks evolving their cartilaginous skeletons. Lobe-finned fish developing the anatomical features that would eventually make the transition to land possible. At the top of the Devonian food chain sat Deadliest, a placoderm with a body length exceeding 8 meters and a bite force estimated at roughly 4 times that of a modern great white shark. It had no teeth in the conventional sense. Instead, its jawbones were sharpened into self-honing blades that grew continuously through its life, like biological scissors. Nothing in the Devonian Ocean was safe from Deadliest. Nothing even tried to be. But the creature that matters most to you, personally, the one whose legacy you carry in your own body right now, lived in the shallow coastal waters. Its name was Tiktaalik rosier, and it was discovered in 2004 in the Canadian Arctic by a team from the University of Chicago who had specifically gone looking for a transitional form between fish and land animals. They found exactly what they were looking for, frozen in 375 million-year-old rock. Tiktaalik looked like a fish. It had scales, it had fins, its body tapered to a fish-like tail. But its fins contained something no fish fin had ever contained before, a recognizable arrangement of bones, humerus, radius, ulna, the exact structural layout of the upper limb of every land vertebrate that has ever lived, including yours. The arm you're using to hold your phone right now, the bones from your shoulder to your wrist, traces its structural origin directly to that fin. Tiktaalik didn't have hands, but it had the beginning of the engineering that would eventually become hands. Scientists call it the transitional bridge between fish and four-limbed animals. And when you look at a reconstruction of its fin skeleton next to an image of a human arm, the correspondence is unmistakable. The creature that would one day give you the ability to write, to build, to gesture, to reach, was a fish dragging itself through shallow water 375 million years ago. Then the Devonian ended in catastrophe. 372 million years ago, Earth's second mass extinction erased roughly 75% of all species. Dinosaurs, the apex predator of the most successful ocean in Earth's history, went extinct permanently. And the culprit, when scientists finally pieced together the evidence, was one of the most surprising things in the entire history of extinction events. The trees did it. The first large forests were spreading across the Devonian landscape, some reaching 30 meters in height. And as those forests expanded, their root systems penetrated deeper into rock than any plant had ever gone before. Roots are essentially chemical drills. They accelerate the weathering of rock by mechanically fracturing it and by releasing organic acids that dissolve minerals from stone. That weathering process released enormous quantities of phosphorus and other nutrients into rivers and streams, which carried them into the ocean. And in the ocean, those nutrients triggered an explosion of algae growth. When the algae bloomed, died, and decomposed, the bacterial breakdown consumed nearly all the dissolved oxygen in huge swaths of the ocean. Entire marine environments went anoxic, oxygen depleted to the point where complex animal life suffocated. At the same time, all that new forest was pulling enormous amounts of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere through photosynthesis. Global temperatures dropped sharply. Ocean anoxia plus global cooling simultaneously for nearly 20 million years. Not a single sudden event, a slow, suffocating ecological unraveling that lasted longer than the entire span of time since dinosaurs went extinct. The trees were doing exactly what trees do: growing, weathering rock, photosynthesizing. They had no awareness of the catastrophe they were causing. They were simply being trees. And 75% of all species on Earth died because of it. From a death ray from 6,000 light years away, to the evolution of the jaw, to a fish with arm bones in its fins, to forests that accidentally suffocated the ocean, the Middle Paleozoic is 4 chapters of exactly one story. Every catastrophe cleared a lane. The Ordovician extinction created the ecological space for the fish radiation of the Silurian and Devonian. The jaw turned vertebrates from passive filter feeders into active predators. Tiktaalik's modified fins created the possibility of land vertebrates. The Devonian extinction removed the dominant marine predators and pushed those 4-limbed transitional animals fully onto land. Life was never following a plan. It was responding to pressure. Always has been. The jaw in your mouth right now was forged in the Silurian. The bones in your arm were first sketched out in the Devonian. The reason your ancestors left the water was that the water had become too dangerous, and the land, empty, uncontested, still relatively safe, was where survival was possible. You are not here because anything went right. You're here because every catastrophe created an opening, and something always crawled through it. But here's what comes next, and I want to warn you in advance. If you have a fear of insects, the next episode is going to be deeply unpleasant. Because after the Devonian extinction, after the fish radiation, after the first forests spread across the continents, the oxygen those forests were pumping out didn't stop. It kept climbing, and climbing, and climbing. By around 300 million years ago, atmospheric oxygen had reached 35%. Today, it's 21%. That extra 14% changed everything about what was physically possible on Earth. And what it made possible, what it produced in the Carboniferous forests, is the stuff of genuine nightmares. Dragonflies with 75-centimeter wingspans, millipedes 2.5 meters long, scorpions 70 centimeters from claw to stinger. And here's the thing that will really get under your skin. Your ancestors were living in that world, hiding in it, being hunted in it, for 50 million years. The fear of insects you might feel right now, that involuntary revulsion, isn't a quirk of personality. It's a memory, pressed into your DNA over 50 million years of being prey. That's next, the Carboniferous, when giant bugs ruled the Earth and your ancestors hid in the mud. If you have nightmares tonight, that's on you for watching this, because what I'm about to tell you is going to reach into something very old and very deep inside you, and pull. Here's a question scientists have been asking for decades. Why do so many people have an instinctive revulsion toward insects? Not a learned fear, not a phobia from a bad experience. A visceral, gut-level, irrational disgust that kicks in before conscious thought even gets involved. The answer they've arrived at is genuinely unsettling. It's not psychological. It's not cultural. It's memory. Genetic memory, encoded into your lineage over 50 million years of being hunted, of your ancestors spending every waking moment trying not to be noticed by things that wanted to eat them. The insects you recoil from today are shadows of something that was real, something that was enormous, something that had the run of this planet for 50 million years while your ancestors cowered in the mud and prayed they wouldn't be found. Today, we're going to meet them. The Carboniferous period, roughly 300 to 360 million years ago. And if there is a single chapter of Earth's history that deserves to be called a nightmare, this is it. Why the Carboniferous was different from anything before or since first. The name. Carboniferous means coal-bearing, and it's exactly what it sounds like. The vast tropical forests that blanketed the Carboniferous continents eventually died, compressed, and transformed over hundreds of millions of years into the coal seams we've been mining since the Industrial Revolution. So every ton of coal ever burned, every power plant, every steam engine, every home heating system in the 19th century was running on the compressed remains of Carboniferous trees. The energy that industrialized human civilization came from a forest that died 300 million years ago. But that's not the interesting part. The interesting part is what was living in those forests. Because atmospheric oxygen during the Carboniferous reached concentrations of approximately 35%. Today's atmosphere is 21% oxygen. That difference of 14 percentage points sounds modest. It was not modest. It was, for insects, a complete removal of the physical constraints on body size. Here's the biology. Insects don't have lungs. They breathe through a network of tiny tubes called tracheae, microscopic channels that run throughout their bodies, delivering oxygen directly to the cells that need it. It's an elegant system, and it works beautifully at small scales, but it has a hard physical ceiling. As body size increases, the distance from the tracheal opening to the innermost cells grows. At some point, the diffusion of oxygen through those tubes simply can't keep up with the metabolic demands of the tissue at the center of the body. The insect suffocates from the inside out. This is why modern insects top out at roughly the size of your palm. The 21% oxygen in today's atmosphere sets a firm upper limit on how large an insect body can get before its own respiratory system fails it. At 35% oxygen, that ceiling rose dramatically. The tracheae could supply adequate oxygen to much larger bodies. The physical constraint was lifted, and insects responded to that lifted constraint in the most predictable way imaginable. They grew. Generation after generation, they grew larger and more powerful. And the ecosystem had no counter to it, because nothing like this had ever happened before. The result was a world that you would recognize as Earth. Forests, rivers, coastlines, inhabited by animals that look like they escaped from a horror film. Let's start above your head. Meganeura, the giant dragonfly of the Carboniferous, had a wingspan reaching up to 75 centimeters, nearly 2.5 feet from wingtip to wingtip. If one flew through your window right now, it would barely fit through the frame. But size alone doesn't capture what made Meganeura terrifying. It's the capabilities it packed into that body. Its compound eyes were composed of nearly 30,000 individual optical units, giving it a visual field approaching 360 degrees. No blind spots. It could see you from nearly every direction simultaneously. Its jaw strike speed was roughly 10 times faster than a human eye blink, which means that by the time your nervous system registered its presence and sent a signal to your muscles to react, it had already completed its attack. Modern dragonflies, the small ones you see hovering over ponds, have a hunting success rate of approximately 95%. They are, pound for pound, the most effective aerial predators in the natural world. They catch their targets on the vast majority of attempts. Meganeura was a super-scaled version of that same engineering, with a body large enough to take prey substantially bigger than any insect target modern dragonflies attempt. And they didn't travel alone. Paleontologists excavating Carboniferous fossil sites have found dense concentrations of wing fragments, layered in the rock like the aftermath of some ancient aerial disaster. Thousands of individuals evidently occupying the same airspace. Imagine looking up through the canopy of a Carboniferous forest and seeing the sky broken into moving, glinting fragments. Hundreds of these things, each one 75 centimeters across, banking and diving through the air above you. That was the sky your ancestors lived under, every day. The sky was bad, the ground was its own category of problem. Arthropleura was a millipede relative that reached body lengths of up to 2.6 meters, roughly 8.5 feet. For 100 years, paleontologists assumed it was a top predator, built for crushing and coiling around prey the way modern giant constrictors do. Then, in 2022, a research team analyzed fossilized gut contents from an Arthropleura specimen and found plant spores and wood fiber. It was an herbivore. Arthropleura spent its days wandering the Carboniferous forest floor, eating leaves and decomposing plant matter. The most terrifying-looking animal in the landscape was essentially a very large, very alarming compost machine. We were afraid of it for an entire century for no reason. I want to acknowledge that. And then I want to point out that none of this matters in any practical sense. A 2.6 meter, 60-legged arthropod moving toward you at 8 kilometers per hour, which is roughly a jogging pace, would produce the exact same physiological fear response whether or not it intended to eat you. Your body wouldn't wait for clarification. The terror response evolved for situations where pausing to assess intent was fatal. Your ancestors didn't survive by being philosophical about large arthropods. They survived by running. But if Arthropleura was the Carboniferous's most visually imposing herbivore, the forests also contained actual predators that were considerably more motivated. Pulmonoscorpius, the lung scorpion, reached 70 centimeters in length, with a venom stinger at its tail thicker than a human pinky finger, and a venom payload estimated to be sufficient to cause immediate cardiac arrest in an adult human. 70 centimeters. That's roughly the length of your arm from shoulder to fingertip. Imagine that thing tucked under a log, or behind a root, or pressed flat against a rock wall in the dark. The Carboniferous wasn't a world where your ancestors had to worry about being hunted by something fast. It was a world where the danger was everywhere you couldn't see, under every surface, in every shadow, waiting with biochemical precision for something warm to come close enough. While all of this was happening, while Meganeura dominated the air and Arthropleura patrolled the forest floor and Pulmonoscorpius waited in every shadow, your ancestors were doing one thing: hiding. The early synapsids, the group that would eventually, over hundreds of millions of years, give rise to mammals and then to us, were small, low-slung, mostly nocturnal, reptile-like creatures. They hid in root systems, in muddy depressions, in the spaces between rocks. They moved as little as possible during the day and emerged cautiously only when the risk of being spotted seemed lowest. For 50 million years, the evolutionary pressure on your ancestors wasn't toward speed or size or power. It was toward invisibility, toward quietness, towards sensing danger earlier and hiding faster than everything else in the same forest. 50 million years is an almost incomprehensible span. The dinosaurs are gone. We are here. That entire sweep of time, from the asteroid to now, is less than what your ancestors spent cowering in Carboniferous undergrowth. Every one of those years pressed the same lessons into the same DNA. Be small. Be quiet. Don't be seen. Know when something is wrong before it arrives. That's why you flinch at unexpected movement. That's why your skin crawls at certain shapes and sizes of arthropod. That's why the darkness feels like it contains something, even when you know it doesn't. It's not irrational. It's extremely rational. It's just rational for a world that no longer exists. And then, with the particular irony that seems to characterize Earth's history, the very thing that made the giants possible destroyed them. Around 300 million years ago, the vast Carboniferous rainforests began to fragment. A climate shift, possibly driven by tectonic changes, broke the continuous tropical forest belt into isolated patches, separated by drier, cooler zones. The Carboniferous rainforest collapse, geologists call it. As the forests died back, the photosynthetic engines that had been pumping oxygen into the atmosphere for tens of millions of years slowed. Atmospheric oxygen concentration began to fall. For the giant arthropods, this was catastrophic in the most direct possible way. Their respiratory systems, which had functioned as life support at 35% oxygen, began to fail at lower concentrations. Meganeura's wings couldn't generate enough lift to carry its body mass through thinner air. Arthropleura's 30-plus body segments couldn't be adequately oxygenated by a system designed for a richer atmosphere. They didn't lose to a competitor. They didn't get outcompeted or out-evolved or hunted to extinction. They suffocated. The most successful arthropod dynasty in Earth's history, 50 million years of unchallenged dominance, ended not with a predator's tooth, but with a slow, invisible reduction in atmospheric oxygen that their physiology had no answer for. Their enemy was the air itself, and they never saw it coming. The giant insect empire collapsed in a few million years, quietly, completely. Here's what happened next. The small, nocturnal hiding things, your ancestors, lifted their heads and found the world changed. They emerged into a Permian landscape still shaped by the synapsid survivors that had managed to adapt. Over tens of millions of years, those synapsids gave rise to the therapists, which gave rise to the mammal-like reptiles, which gave rise, after the catastrophe of the Permian extinction, to the first true mammals. And those mammals spent another 165 million years hiding under the dinosaurs before a rock from space cleared the board and gave them the planet. And then, eventually, you. There's a line from the Carboniferous to you that runs straight through 50 million years of hiding, 50 million years of evolving better senses and quieter footfalls and faster fear responses. The cognitive architecture that let Homo sapiens model the intentions of other animals, anticipate danger, plan ahead, a lot of that groundwork was laid in the Carboniferous undergrowth by creatures that had no choice but to become very, very good at not being noticed. The coal you burn, if you burn coal, is the compressed bodies of the trees that towered over your cowering ancestors. The anxiety you feel in the dark is the inheritance of creatures who had good reason to fear it. Every time you look twice at a large insect, something ancient is recognizing something ancient. And consider this, the Carboniferous giants dominated for 50 million years. They were successful by any metric evolution uses to measure success. And they were ended by a change in a single atmospheric variable that they had no mechanism to detect, no capacity to predict, and no adaptation to survive. They were at the absolute peak of their power when the air quietly turned against them. There's a question in that, if you want to sit with it. But the story that comes next is the one that should genuinely keep you up at night. Because after the giant insects fell, after your ancestors crawled out of the mud, after the synapsids began to inherit the Permian world, there emerged a group of predators so precisely engineered for killing that nothing the planet had yet produced could compete with them. They didn't just kill, They had strategy. One of them would bite deep, then step back, and simply wait, watching with cold patience while its prey bled out. Some of them had venom glands. The rivers hid something that makes the Carboniferous look gentle. A 9-meter amphibian, jaws half a meter long, lying motionless on the riverbed until you leaned down to drink. And then a crack in the Earth's floor. Not a volcano, not an asteroid, not anything from outside, opened up across thousands of kilometers of Siberia and ran for hundreds of thousands of years without stopping. What followed killed 96% of all marine species and more than 70% of everything on land. It is the closest life has ever come to being entirely erased from this planet. The age before dinosaurs. The age of the ultimate killers. That's next, the Permian, the ultimate killers that were wiped out by a crack in the ground. You think the most fearsome predator in Earth's history was T-Rex? Wrong. You think dinosaurs were the greatest land predators this planet ever produced? Big mistake. And you think whatever ruled before the dinosaurs was eventually beaten by something stronger, something faster, something more evolved? Completely wrong. What came before the dinosaurs was beaten by nothing alive. No competitor, no rival species, no arms race they lost. What killed them came from underground. 290 million years ago, something was walking the ancient landmasses of the Permian period, and it had already invented killing in ways that still seem almost impossibly sophisticated. One of them would bite you, then step back, calmly, and watch you bleed out. Some of them carried venom glands. Even the early ancestors of the dinosaurs gave them a wide berth. And in the rivers and swamps, 3-meter armored amphibian monsters were waiting, perfectly still, invisible, for anything that dared to drink. Land was death. Water was death. There was nowhere to go. This was the Permian, a time when escape itself was a luxury. And the dinosaurs? They hadn't even earned the right to enter the stage yet. First, let's talk about the landscape. When the Permian began, roughly 298 million years ago, Earth's scattered continents were being slowly ground together by the relentless movement of tectonic plates, eventually fusing into the most famous supercontinent in Earth's history, Pangaea. Open a modern world map. Push every continent toward the center until the edges lock together like puzzle pieces. That was Pangaea, a single landmass covering nearly half the Earth's surface. And being that large had a brutal consequence. The interior of the continent was cut off from ocean moisture entirely. A colossal mountain range ran through the middle, blocking humid air currents from the coasts. The result? A super desert at the heart of the supercontinent, larger by several times than the modern Sahara, where surface temperatures could bake a lizard alive where it stood. Life got squeezed into the few livable corners that remained, narrow bands of relative habitability along the coasts and river systems. The richest of these, and the most dangerous, lay in the north, near the ancient Tethys Sea, in what is now Siberia and western Russia. Cool enough to support water, rich enough to concentrate life. And because life was concentrated, so was death. The apex predator of this world was called a gorgonopsid, specifically the largest known genus, Inostrancevia. A lot of people hear that name and picture something reptilian, a big lizard maybe. That's not what this was. Gorgonopsids were a group called non-mammalian therapsids, synapsids in scientific terms. Somewhere between a reptile and a mammal in their anatomy, metabolically and physiologically more advanced than the dinosaurs that would come after them. Every mammal alive today, every dog, every whale, every human being, shares distant common ancestry with this lineage. But don't let that closeness make you feel warm about it. Inostrancevia reached over 3.5 meters in length, body weight approaching 400 kilograms, comparable to a large polar bear. But its skull was roughly 40% larger than a polar bear's, proportionally enormous, housing a pair of saber-like canine teeth that curved downward from its upper jaw like curved daggers. And it didn't kill the way cats kill. Cats go for the throat. One lock, one suffocation, precise and fast. Gorgonopsids were cruder, and somehow more terrifying for it. They would charge, open those sabers wide, and drive them deep into flesh, then pull back, deliberately, and wait. They didn't need to finish the kill immediately. The wound was enough. A gorgonopsid would stand at a distance, watching calmly, while its prey weakened, staggered, collapsed. If the animal wasn't dead yet, it would move in for one more strike. Paleontologists found a gorgonopsid skull with a rival's tooth embedded deep in the bone, with clear evidence of healing around it. This animal had been savagely bitten by one of its own kind, bitten hard enough to penetrate the skull, and survived, and kept going. Even their social lives involved driving sabers into each other's heads. If the land was terrifying, the water was worse. The rivers and swamps of the Permian were patrolled by Prionosuchus, a creature that, on paper, was an amphibian, a distant relative of modern frogs and salamanders. In practice, it was 9 meters long, the largest amphibian in Earth's history. Its skull alone exceeded half a meter. Its mouth was lined with rows of inward curving teeth, specifically designed not to cut, but to lock. The harder prey struggled, the deeper the teeth set. And Prionosuchus didn't need to drag anything into deep water. It just needed to bite down and hold. It sat motionless on the riverbed, invisible in the murk. You couldn't see it from the bank. You saw a calm river. You bent down to drink. That was the last decision many Permian animals ever made. And then there was Dimetrodon, 4 meters long, a massive sail of bone rising from its spine. The tallest spines exceeding a meter, splayed open like a fanned deck of cards riding down its back. Dimetrodon has been in toy boxes and natural history museums for over a century, and almost everyone who knows it gets one thing fundamentally wrong. It is not a dinosaur. It isn't even a close relative of dinosaurs. Evolutionarily, Dimetrodon is more closely related to you than it is to any dinosaur that ever lived. That sail has been debated for over 100 years. Thermoregulation, using it to absorb morning heat and warm up faster than cold-blooded rivals. Sexual display, a billboard advertising genetic fitness to potential mates. The argument is still open, but Dimetrodon's mouth, that science is certain about. It was the first vertebrate in Earth's history to evolve differentiated teeth, front incisors for piercing and gripping, rear canines for tearing and shearing. The same basic dental architecture that every mammal on Earth inherited and still uses today, including the teeth in your head right now. Your teeth are Dimetrodon's teeth. The cutting geometry, the functional hierarchy, the mechanical logic of how your jaw works. It was invented in the Permian by something that has been gone for 270 million years. And then the bomb went off. 252 million years ago, in what is now Siberia, the floor of the Earth split open. Not a volcanic eruption in the way most people picture it. No towering cone of fire, no single catastrophic blast. What happened was quieter, slower, and infinitely more devastating. A mantle plume punched through the crust, and the surface didn't explode, it tore, silently along a fracture zone extending thousands of kilometers. And the lava didn't erupt upward, it flooded outward, like a dam break, like a slow-motion ocean of molten rock spreading across the landscape. Over 7 million square kilometers were eventually buried under basalt. In some places, the accumulated lava reached 3,000 meters deep, an entire continent, the equivalent of modern Australia, repaved in stone. This eruption didn't stop. It ran for hundreds of thousands of years without pausing. This is the Siberian Traps event, and the lava itself wasn't the killer. The lava was just the delivery system. What the eruption pumped into the atmosphere was the actual weapon. Carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, in quantities that dwarfed anything the atmosphere had seen in tens of millions of years. Sulfur-laced acid rain fell on continents stripped of vegetation. Plants died in sheets. Food chains collapsed from the base up. The greenhouse effect went into runaway acceleration. Global average temperatures spiked by at least 10 degrees Celsius in a geological instant. Ocean surface temperatures climbed toward 40 degrees, hot as bathwater, hostile to virtually all marine life. Coral reefs globally died simultaneously. Then, the deep ocean began generating something even worse. As the oxygen in the sea was consumed by the dying and decomposition happening at every depth, sulfur-metabolizing bacteria in the anoxic deep water exploded in population and released hydrogen sulfide. Toxic. Heavier than air. It welled up from the ocean depths and spread into the atmosphere. Oceans that had been blue turned the color of bruises, olive green, murky purple, the color of rot. And with the ozone layer simultaneously stripped by volcanic gases, ultraviolet radiation drove into the surface without any filter. Whatever had survived the heat, the acid rain, the anoxia, the hydrogen sulfide, now had no shelter from the sky. A research team from the University of Science and Technology of China analyzed carbon isotope signatures in the fossil record and determined that the most intense phase of the killing, the steepest part of the extinction curve, lasted approximately 15,000 years. 15,000 years, from a thriving, complex, diverse biosphere to a scorched, gasping, nearly lifeless world, in a window of time shorter than the entirety of recorded human civilization. What happened to the monsters? Inostrancevia, with its meter-long sabers and its patience and its skull built to absorb the bite of its own kind? Gone. The Gorgonopsid dynasty, which had ruled the Permian for millions of years, erased. The armored amphibian giants of the floodplains, nearly completely wiped out. All of them. Every fang, every armored hide, every evolved killing tool, every extraordinary biological innovation the Permian had produced, rendered meaningless in an atmosphere of poison and heat. The final numbers are almost too large to process. More than 96% of all marine species, more than 70% of all land vertebrates. The entire tree of life on Earth was nearly pulled out by the roots, leaving only a few stunted branches. Scientists have a name for it that needs no translation: the Great Dying. It is the closest life on Earth has ever come, across 4.6 billion years, to complete, permanent, total extinction. The recovery of ecosystems to something approaching their previous complexity took 50 million years. 50 million years. We talk about protecting the planet as though Earth is the fragile one. It isn't. Earth has absorbed catastrophes 100 times worse than anything humans are capable of, and rebuilt itself every single time. The planet doesn't need us to save it. It will outlast us without effort. What's fragile isn't the planet, it's the particular arrangement of life on the planet, the specific experiment this biosphere represents, the one that includes us. The Great Dying didn't kill Earth, it killed almost everything on Earth. And the recovery, when it came, built an entirely different world with entirely different rules. Whatever had been dominant before was gone. Whatever rose from the wreckage would inherit the stage, not because it was the strongest, but because it survived when everything stronger did not. The most dangerous thing you can be on a planet with a molten interior and an indifferent cosmos is the thing at the very top. The Permian's apex predators never saw it coming. They had no way to see it coming. The threat didn't arrive from another species, from starvation, from a rival ecology. It came from below the ground they were standing on. The greatest killers this planet has ever produced were killed by geology. But here's what happened next, and this is the part that still astonishes me, even after reading it dozens of times. The world that emerged from the wreckage of the Great Dying wasn't empty for long. Into the scorched, low-oxygen, superheated ruins of the post-Permian Earth, something small crept out of the surviving margins. Not a Gorgonopsid, not anything built for dominance. Something that weighed about 10 kilograms, moved like an oversized turkey, and spent its first 20 million years getting chased by things 3 times its size. It was the first dinosaur, and the reason it would eventually rule the Earth for 135 million years had almost nothing to do with teeth or size or strength. It had to do with where it put its legs. Just one anatomical adjustment, one structural change to where the limbs attached to the body. That single difference gave dinosaurs something that every dominant animal before them had lacked. And in the broken, low-oxygen world of the Triassic, it would prove to be the only upgrade that actually mattered. That's next, the Triassic, born from the rubble. The ground beneath your feet, wherever you're standing right now, was a scorched desert 252 million years ago. Oxygen at roughly half today's concentration. The sky a permanent orange red, choked with volcanic haze. Surface temperatures reaching 60 degrees Celsius in the sun. The soil stripped bare, baked to ceramic hardness, stripped of the microbial networks that had held it together for hundreds of millions of years. This was what was left after the Great Dying. And somewhere in that wasteland, in that low-oxygen, superheated, near-lifeless ruin of a planet, one group of animals was about to make the most consequential anatomical change in the history of life on land. They didn't grow larger. They didn't evolve new weapons. They didn't develop a new sense or a more powerful brain. They moved their legs. That's it. That's the whole upgrade. One structural change, a repositioning of where the limbs attach to the body, and the world would never be the same. What followed that change would dominate the Earth for 135 million years. But here's the part most people don't know. The animals that eventually inherited the world spent their first 20 million years of existence as some of the most pathetic, hunted, low-status creatures on the planet. They ate scraps. They were chased. They weren't predators. They weren't even medium rank. They were the bottom of the food chain in a broken world, scrambling to survive in the shadows of things far bigger and more powerful than themselves. Those animals were the first dinosaurs. Let's be clear about the scale of what the Permian extinction actually did. 96% of all marine species gone. More than 70% of land vertebrates erased. The food chains that had taken hundreds of millions of years to build collapsed from the base up. Entire ecological networks gone in what amounts to a geological blink. The world the survivors woke up to wasn't a new beginning. It was a ruin. The supercontinent Pangaea was still fully assembled, all of Earth's landmass locked together into one enormous mass. And that size created its own punishment. The interior was cut off from ocean moisture by thousands of kilometers of land. The rains that normally moderate continental temperatures couldn't reach the center. Surface temperatures swung between extremes that would be lethal to most modern animals. Volcanoes were still active across wide areas, pumping CO2 into an atmosphere that was already struggling. The first thing to reclaim the land wasn't the dramatic vanguard of a new era. It was a creature that looked like a cross between a pig and a hippopotamus, Lystrosaurus. It was a synapsid, the same broad group that would eventually, down a very long evolutionary path, give rise to us. It was stocky, roughly the size of a large dog, with a blunt-beaked snout and a habit of digging. It was not fast. It was not fierce. It was not intelligent in any meaningful sense. It was just extremely difficult to kill, completely undemanding about what it ate, and very good at surviving in disturbed, low-quality environments. After the Great Dying, Lystrosaurus made up roughly 75% of all land vertebrates on Earth. Not 75% of a diverse ecosystem, 75% of an essentially empty one. Walk across the early Triassic landscape and nearly everything you'd encounter was either a Lystrosaurus or something waiting to eat one. The Lystrosaurus era was not a golden age. It was the biological equivalent of mold colonizing a cleared surface. Not triumph, just occupation of space that nothing else was competing for. The Lystrosaurus dominance didn't last. It never does. Within a few million years, as ecosystems began to partially stabilize, the apex predators of the Triassic arrived. They were called Rawasuchians, and the most formidable of them was Postosuchus. Postosuchus was a crurotarsan archosaur, which means it belonged to the lineage that would eventually lead to crocodilians. It reached 6 meters in length. Its legs were positioned almost directly beneath its body, not sprawled to the sides like a modern lizard, but upright, supporting its mass efficiently. It could move fast on land in ways that its crocodilian descendants cannot. Its head was enormous relative to its body, massive, with serrated teeth designed for seizing and tearing. And it sat at the top of the Triassic food chain without serious competition. Nothing that lived in the same environment could challenge it. Alongside Postosuchus and its relatives were other large pseudosuchians, a whole guild of upright, fast, competent predators that had rebuilt themselves from the rubble of the Permian extinction faster and more effectively than anything else. And crouched somewhere in the margins of this landscape, in the ecological gaps that the big predators didn't bother to fill, were the first dinosaurs. 231 million years ago, in what is now northwestern Argentina, a small animal was making its way through the scrub. It stood less than 1.5 meters tall. It weighed around 10 kilograms. Its legs were slender, its head proportionally small, and its overall silhouette, if you squinted, resembled a large, ungainly turkey. This was Eoraptor, one of the earliest known dinosaurs, and it was, by any honest measure, completely unimpressive. Eoraptor couldn't challenge Postosuchus. It couldn't challenge most of the mid-sized predators sharing its environment. It ate small lizards, smaller reptiles, insects, the occasional plant, anything it could catch or find, including other animals' leftovers. Paleontologists believe it may have been partially omnivorous, which is a polite way of saying it wasn't specialized enough to reliably catch anything worth eating. Here's what the earliest chapter of dinosaur history actually looked like: a small, fast-running, generalist scavenger, spending most of its existence trying to avoid being eaten by the things that actually ran this world. Postosuchus was 30 times heavier. When Eoraptor encountered one, there was exactly one viable response: run. This is the origin story of the group that would dominate the Earth for 135 million years. Not a conquering arrival, not a swift takeover. The dinosaurs' first 20 million years were spent at the bottom of the food chain, scrambling for survival in the ecological margin of a world controlled by something else entirely. So how did something that spent 20 million years being chased eventually inherit the Earth? The answer is anatomical, and it's subtler than it looks. Watch a modern crocodile walk on land. Its limbs project outward from the sides of its body, a sprawling posture inherited from the basic reptilian body plan. Every step requires the whole trunk to flex laterally, the belly swinging close to the ground. The mechanical problem with this posture isn't just efficiency, it's respiratory. The muscles that power lateral flexion of the trunk also compress the lungs. When a sprawling animal runs, its own locomotion partially interrupts its own breathing. Run hard enough for long enough, and you're fighting a built-in physiological ceiling on your own endurance. Postosuchus had partially solved this. Its legs were more upright than a modern crocodile's, positioned more directly below the body, improving walking efficiency significantly. But it hadn't fully escaped the respiratory constraint. The underlying architecture still imposed limits on sustained aerobic performance. Dinosaurs were different, not just in leg position, though the legs were fully upright, directly beneath the body, in a way that eliminated the lateral flexion problem entirely, but in something deeper. Dinosaurs evolved an air sac system, a network of pneumatic spaces that extended throughout the body, into bones, through the chest cavity, around the viscera. This system, which is fully preserved and extraordinarily developed in modern birds, allowed dinosaurs to maintain a continuous, one-directional flow of air through the lungs with every breath cycle. Inhale, exhale. Oxygen extraction happening at both stages, not just one. The result was a respiratory efficiency substantially greater than anything that came before them. In the low oxygen atmosphere of the early Triassic, where the air held roughly half the oxygen it does today, this was not a minor advantage. It was the difference between an animal that had to stop and rest after brief exertion and an animal that could sustain high metabolic activity for extended periods without hitting a hard physiological wall. In a world already stripped of resources by the worst extinction in Earth's history, efficiency wasn't a bonus. Efficiency was survival. But here's the thing about evolutionary advantages. They don't matter if you can't use them. And for 20 million years, the dinosaurs' superior respiratory and locomotive engineering couldn't overcome the size and ferocity gap between them and the dominant Rawasuchians. Postosuchus was still bigger. It was still faster over short distances. It was still better equipped in direct confrontation to win. The dinosaurs' advantage was in endurance, in low-resource survival, in the ability to keep going when conditions turned harsh. In the world as it was, relatively stable, with the big Pseudosuchians firmly established at the top, that advantage didn't translate into dominance. So the dinosaurs waited, not with intent. Evolution doesn't plan, doesn't strategize, doesn't choose to bide its time. But they persisted. They filled niches the large predators ignored. They spread into higher latitudes, into cooler and drier environments that the Pseudosuchians found less hospitable. They diversified, slowly, into the ecological margins. They were not the strongest animals on the planet. They were simply the most persistent in the hardest conditions. Then, 201 million years ago, the planet went to work on their behalf. Pangaea was beginning to tear itself apart. The North American plate and the African plate had been locked together for hundreds of millions of years. Now, driven by convection currents deep in the mantle, they began to pull away from each other, slowly, catastrophically, generating one of the largest volcanic events in Earth's history. The Central Atlantic Magmatic Province, geologists call it, a network of rifts and fissures opening across what is now the eastern seaboard of North America, Morocco, Iberia, and beyond. Lava flooded out across more than 11 million square kilometers. The eruptions ran for approximately 600,000 years. The gases those eruptions injected into the atmosphere triggered a cascade that should, by now, feel familiar. CO2 concentrations spiked. Global temperatures surged. Ocean chemistry shifted toward acidification. Plant communities collapsed across wide regions. The food chains that had been slowly rebuilt over the 50 million years since the Permian extinction began failing again, from the base up. The fourth mass extinction in Earth's history erased approximately 76% of all species. Postosuchus was gone. The Rawasuchians and the Pseudosuchian predators that had dominated the Triassic, nearly all of them, went extinct. The large competitors that had kept the dinosaurs confined to the ecological margins for 20 million years vanished. The ecological landscape went from crowded and competitive to essentially empty. And the dinosaurs were still there. Not by accident, not by luck exactly, though luck is always part of survival. Scientists have identified at least 3 specific factors that gave early dinosaurs an edge in riding out the end Triassic catastrophe. The first is geography. Paleontological evidence suggests that early dinosaurs had spread into higher latitude regions relatively early in the Triassic. Cooler, more variable environments that the large tropical Pseudosuchians had never prioritized. When the eruption-driven climate disruption hit hardest at lower latitudes, the dinosaur populations in higher latitudes had at least partial insulation from the worst of it. The second is insulation in a different sense. Fossil evidence increasingly suggests that at least some early dinosaurs had developed primitive filamentous structures on their bodies, the precursors to feathers. The end Triassic extinction wasn't only a warming event. The volcanic winter that punctuated it brought rapid, severe temperature drops. A lineage with even rudimentary insulation had a significant advantage in surviving those swings. The third is flexibility. The dinosaur digestive system and dietary range were broad. They could shift between animal, prey, insects, plant matter, and carrion as conditions dictated. When ecosystems are collapsing and familiar food sources disappear, generalism is the difference between surviving and not. The animals best adapted to a specific and comfortable environment went first. The animals that could make do with whatever was available, in the worst places, in the hardest conditions, made it through. 20 million years of being pushed into the margins had, without anyone intending it, prepared the dinosaurs for exactly this. When the eruptions finally subsided and the climate began to stabilize, the world the dinosaurs looked out on was unrecognizable from the one they had always known. Every ecological position that the Pseudosuchians had occupied for the entire Triassic was now vacant. The apex predator niche? Empty. The large herbivore niche? Empty. The mid-size browser, the ambush hunter, the coastal forager? All empty. An entire ecological architecture wiped clean. And the dinosaurs, those small, fast-running, respiratory-efficient, dietary generalists that had spent 20 million years being chased and marginalized, were the primary terrestrial vertebrates left standing. What happened next is one of the most dramatic biological expansions in Earth's history. Body sizes climbed, ecological niches were claimed and specialized. The dinosaur family tree diversified at a rate that had no precedent in the post-Cambrian world. Within a few tens of millions of years, they would produce animals larger than anything that had ever walked the Earth. They would fill every terrestrial environment, from Arctic latitudes to equatorial forests, from coastal flats to open plains. They would fly. Their reign would last 135 million years, more than twice as long as the entire span of time that separates us from their extinction. But on the day the Triassic ended, on the first morning of the Jurassic, none of that had happened yet. The dinosaurs were simply still there, battered, reduced, competing in a world that had just been stripped to the frame. And the world, for the first time, was theirs. Eoraptor didn't know it was going to win. It had no awareness of the 20 million years of marginalization that preceded it, no sense of the catastrophe that was coming on its behalf, no capacity to recognize the moment when the world shifted. It was just surviving, eating what it could find, avoiding what would eat it. The dinosaurs that inherited the Jurassic weren't the strongest animals of the Triassic. They were, by almost every conventional metric of the world they were born into, the weakest, the most marginal, the most expendable. But they kept doing what they were built to do, surviving in the worst conditions, using what they had, adapting to wherever they were pushed. And when everything above them in the hierarchy collapsed, they were already there, already positioned, already prepared. You don't always get to choose where you start. You often can't control what forces shape you or what pressures push you into places you didn't choose. But the Triassic keeps demonstrating the same thing over and over again across 20 million years of evidence. The question was never who was strongest at the top. It was always who was still standing when the top was swept away. The ground was cleared, and the ones who'd been sharpened by hardship stepped forward. But here's what I want you to hold on to. The dinosaurs didn't just inherit the Earth, they transformed it. In the period that followed, the Jurassic, they grew into something so vast, so diverse, so extraordinary, that it remains the defining image of prehistoric life even today. Except almost everything you think you know about the Jurassic is wrong. The dinosaurs you can name, the ones from every movie, every museum, every poster on a childhood bedroom wall, 90% of them weren't there. T-Rex didn't exist yet. Triceratops didn't exist yet. The famous faces of the dinosaur world were still tens of millions of years in the future. The Jurassic had something different, something that in some ways was even more extreme. There was a predator that hunted prey 20 times its own body weight, and it didn't do it with brute force. It did it with a strategy so precise and so brutal that paleontologists are still working out the details. There was a herbivore with a brain the size of a walnut that killed the apex predator of its era with one swing of its tail, and left the evidence fossilized in bone, a hole in a vertebra that has been sitting in the rock for 150 million years. And there was a creature discovered in a German limestone quarry in 1861, a fossil so strange, so contradictory, so unlike anything that had ever been found before, that it rewrote the entire story of where birds came from. That creature is still one of the most important fossils ever discovered, and what it tells us about the dinosaurs will change how you see every bird you'll ever look at for the rest of your life. That's next. You've been lied to about the Jurassic. You've been lied to about the Jurassic. The T-Rex? Not there. It wouldn't show up for another 100 million years. Triceratops? Also absent. Same story. The dinosaurs you can actually name, the ones from every movie, every museum gift shop, every poster that ever hung on a bedroom wall, roughly 90% of them simply did not exist in the Jurassic period. That's not the part that surprises me, though. Here's what does. The apex predator of the Jurassic didn't have the biggest bite force. It wasn't the largest animal in its ecosystem. It didn't win through raw power. It won through a hunting strategy so precisely engineered that paleontologists are still reverse engineering the details from fossilized injuries in bone. Wounds left in victims that died 150 million years ago. And there's a herbivore from this same period with a brain the size of a walnut, an animal that weighed several tons and was, by any neurological standard, operating on the absolute floor of cognitive capacity. Scientists genuinely weren't sure it had enough brain power to regulate its own body temperature. It killed the apex predator anyway. One swing of its tail. The evidence is still there. A hole punched clean through a predator's vertebra, preserved in rock, waiting for us to find it. And then there's a discovery made in 1861 in a German limestone quarry. A fossil so internally contradictory, so impossibly split between two categories of life, that the scientific establishment spent decades arguing about what it even was. Half the skeleton looked like a theropod dinosaur. Claws, teeth, a bony tail. The other half looked like a bird. Perfect feather impressions, wing structure, flight architecture. That fossil rewrote the entire story of where birds come from. And what it tells us, once you fully absorb it, means that dinosaurs never actually went extinct at all. When the end Triassic extinction cleared the board 201 million years ago, it didn't hand the dinosaurs a finished world. It handed them a vacancy notice. The ecological positions that the dominant Pseudosuchians and Rowisuchians had occupied, the apex predator slot, the large herbivore slot, the mid-size generalist slot, were all suddenly simultaneously open. No competitors, no incumbents to displace, just empty ecological real estate stretching in every direction across every environment on every continent. For an animal lineage that had spent 20 million years surviving in the margins, this was an invitation with no precedent in Earth's history. The dinosaurs didn't walk calmly into that vacancy, they exploded into it. Within a few million years of the Triassic's end, dinosaur body sizes began climbing dramatically. Ecological niches that had never been occupied by anything remotely dinosaur-like were being claimed and filled. The family tree branched and diversified at a pace that would have been unrecognizable compared to the cautious, marginal diversification of the Triassic. By the time the Jurassic was fully underway, spanning roughly 201 to 145 million years ago, the dinosaurs had produced something that this planet had genuinely never seen before: the largest animals that had ever walked on land. When most people think of Jurassic dinosaurs, the image that surfaces is a long-necked giant moving slowly through a forest, each footstep sending a low tremor through the ground. That image is correct, and still somehow undersells the reality. Diplodocus reached 27 meters in length. Line up 9 ordinary cars bumper to bumper and you have the rough silhouette. Brachiosaurus stood over 6 meters at the shoulder. You could walk under its belly without ducking. Brachiosaurus was so tall that if you stood next to it, your entire body height didn't reach its knee. These are the sauropods, the long-necked, quadrupedal giants that dominated the Jurassic landscape. And the question they force is an obvious one. How did any animal get this large? What engineering made this possible? Two things working in concert. The first was skeletal architecture. Sauropod bones were hollow, extensively pneumatized, threaded through with air cavities that reduced structural weight without sacrificing load-bearing strength. Their vertebrae, which in a mammal of equivalent mass would be dense, heavy blocks of bone, were instead elaborate lattices, thin-walled and cellular, like the internal structure of a bird's flight feather scaled up to architectural dimensions. The bones were extraordinarily light for what they had to do. This is the same engineering engineering principle used in modern aircraft construction: minimize mass, preserve integrity. And the sauropods arrived at it 150 million years before we did. The second was digestion. Diplodocus was consuming something close to a ton of plant material per day, an almost unfathomable metabolic requirement, and it did this without chewing at all. The teeth were simple pegs designed for stripping leaves from branches, not grinding them. Everything went down whole and was fermented in an enormous digestive tract, broken down by gut bacteria over days. The sauropods had outsourced mastication entirely, building an internal fermentation system to handle what the jaw couldn't. It's a deeply counterintuitive strategy. It worked at scales no other land animal has ever matched. When a fully grown Diplodocus moved through the Jurassic forest, it didn't need to fear most things. Its size alone was protection enough. But there was one thing in the Jurassic landscape that even a 25-ton giant needed to be wary of. Allosaurus is not a household name the way T-Rex is. This is partly a matter of timing. It appeared roughly 80 million years before T-Rex and was gone long before T-Rex arrived. And partly a matter of a perception problem. People assume that because Allosaurus had a smaller bite force than T-Rex, it was somehow less dangerous. This is like saying a surgeon is less dangerous than a wrecking ball because the surgeon exerts less force. Allosaurus reached 9 to 12 meters in length. Its skull was just over a meter long, large enough that you could fit your entire torso inside its open jaws. It weighed up to 4 tons. Its top of the food chain credentials are not in question. What's in question is the mechanism. Biomechanical analysis of the Allosaurus skull reveals something unexpected. The jaw structure is not optimized for crushing, for the bone-splintering compression that defines T-Rex's hunting style. The skull is actually somewhat lightly built for an apex predator, more delicate in cross-section than you'd expect from something this large. The neck musculature, however, is massively developed. The teeth are blade-like along their edges, serrated, designed less for holding and more for slicing. Put that together, and what you get is a hunting tool built not for a single catastrophic bite, but for repeated, high-speed slashing attacks, opening the target up and creating blood loss rather than attempting to immediately immobilize through crushing force. The working hypothesis among paleontologists is that Allosaurus hunted with an axe blow technique, jaws open wide, approaching 80 degrees, far beyond what T-Rex could manage, and the entire head driven down and forward with the neck muscles providing the power. Strike deep, pull out, strike again. The goal wasn't to lock on and hold. The goal was to open wounds in the soft tissue of animals that could outweigh it by 20 times, and then wait for blood loss and shock to do the rest of the work. This is not brute force predation. This is a system of strategic attrition, and it worked against prey that dwarfed it. The evidence for this is embedded directly in the fossil record. Multiple Allosaurus specimens have been found in close proximity to each other at the same sites, suggesting some degree of coordinated or at least concurrent activity around large prey. And the bones of giant sauropods from the Morrison Formation, the same geological layer that preserves Allosaurus, carry healed bite marks with dimensions that match Allosaurus tooth geometry precisely. It attacked things this large, repeatedly. They survived some attacks, we know because the bone healed. And then there's Stegosaurus. Stegosaurus is one of the most recognizable silhouettes in paleontology. A large, tank-like body, 4 legs built like pillars, 2 alternating rows of diamond-shaped plates running along its spine from neck to tail. And at the tail's end, 4 bony spikes. 2 pairs angled slightly outward, each one roughly 90 centimeters long. That silhouette has been staring at us from museum exhibits for well over a century. And for most of that time, the same fact has been attached to it like a punchline. Stegosaurus had a brain the size of a walnut. Some early estimates even suggested the brain case was smaller than the spinal ganglion in its hip region, giving rise to the completely false but irresistibly amusing theory that it had a second brain in its rear end to help manage its hindquarters. It didn't. But the brain was genuinely extravagantly small, roughly 60 to 70 milliliters of neural tissue inside an animal weighing several tons. The plates along its back have been argued about for decades. The current leading interpretation favors display. The plates were densely vascularized, threaded with blood vessels, and could likely flush with color during breeding season or social signaling, functioning as billboard-sized advertisements visible from considerable distance. They may also have provided some passive thermoregulatory function. One structure, two jobs simultaneously. Evolution routinely achieves this kind of economy, but the plates were never the real weapon. The tail spikes were. And we know this not from theory, but from a single piece of direct physical evidence that has no other explanation. Paleontologists examining an Allosaurus specimen found a healed puncture wound in its tail vertebra, a hole precisely the shape of a Stegosaurus tail spike, driven completely through the bone. The wound had healed partially, meaning the Allosaurus survived the impact, at least for a time, but it had been hit hard enough that a 90-centimeter spike punched through its spinal structure. Think about what that required. Stegosaurus had to swing its tail with enough force and accuracy, despite having a brain that couldn't reliably power complex behavior, to land a strike precise enough to penetrate bone. The tail's mechanics, flexible, heavily muscled at the base, tapering to those 4 outward-angled spikes, were apparently more than capable of generating that force. Allosaurus was the apex predator of the Jurassic. It hunted prey 20 times its weight. Stegosaurus had a brain the size of a walnut and didn't know what year it was. The hole in that vertebra is still there, sitting in a museum 150 million years after the impact. The receipt for a fight that happened before our species existed by a factor of 1,000. Before we get to the secret the Jurassic was hiding, there's a common misconception worth clearing up, because it shows up in almost every popular depiction of this period, and it's wrong from the ground up. The creatures flying through the Jurassic sky were not dinosaurs. They were pterosaurs. And pterosaurs were not dinosaurs, were not closely related to dinosaurs, and occupied a completely separate branch of the Archosaur family tree. The confusion is understandable. They coexisted with dinosaurs, they're found in the same fossil beds, and they were often lumped together in the same exhibit halls. But a pterosaur and a dinosaur are no more closely related than a crocodile and a bird. Pterosaurs were the first vertebrates to achieve powered flight, beating birds to the air by roughly 70 million years, and bats by even longer. Their wing membrane was a complex, multi-layered structure supported by a dramatically elongated fourth finger, reinforced with internal fibers, and capable of a range of aerodynamic control that we are still working to fully model. They were not hang gliders. They were active, controlled flyers with sophisticated musculature and, in many species, highly developed neurological systems for three-dimensional navigation. But neither they nor any other animal in the Jurassic sky had figured out the next step. Active flight in the dinosaur lineage, feathered, powered flight, the kind that would eventually produce every bird alive today, that was still in the process of being invented. And the moment it arrived as a contradiction. In 1861, workers quarrying limestone in Bavaria, in what is now southern Germany, split open a slab of rock and found something inside it that didn't make sense. The slab was from the Solmhofen limestone formation, dated to approximately 150 million years ago. The limestone in this region is exceptionally fine-grained, laid down in quiet, oxygen-depleted lagoons, where soft tissue could sometimes be preserved in extraordinary detail. Some of the finest fossils in existence have come out of the Solmhofen, but nothing had come out of it like this. On one side of the split rock, the unmistakable skeleton of a theropod dinosaur, sharp teeth lining the jaws, clawed fingers on the forelimbs, a long, bony tail. Not the short, stubby tail of a modern bird, but the elongated, vertebrae-bearing tail of a predatory dinosaur, extending a third of the animal's total length behind the hips. On the other side of the split, preserved in perfect detail, pressed into the fine limestone like a shadow, the unmistakable outline of feathers. Primary feathers along the forelimbs, arranged in the precise asymmetrical pattern, shorter on one side, longer on the other, that aerodynamicists recognize as a design for generating lift. contour feathers along the body, a fan of tail feathers spreading from the end of that long, bony tail. The skeleton said, dinosaur. The feathers said, bird. The specimen was named Archaeopteryx, from the Greek for ancient wing, and its appearance in 1861, 2 years after Darwin published On the Origin of Species, at a moment when the scientific community was searching desperately for transitional forms to either validate or refute his theory, was not a small event. Archaeopteryx was the transitional form. It sat exactly at the boundary between two categories that had previously been considered completely separate. It had the teeth of a theropod and the feathers of a bird, the claws of a predator and the wings of a flyer. It was neither fully one thing nor fully the other, and it was both simultaneously, in the same body, in the same fossil, carved into the same piece of limestone. Today's scientific consensus places Archaeopteryx among the earliest known dinosaurs capable of active powered flight, or very close to that threshold. The precise details of its flight capability are still being refined. The feather geometry suggests at least gliding ability, and possibly true powered flight. What is not disputed is what it represents in the evolutionary record. The line between theropod dinosaur and bird is not a line at all. It is a continuum. And Archaeopteryx is sitting right in the middle of it, in a limestone quarry in Bavaria, waiting for anyone willing to look carefully at what they're seeing. Here's what this means. The asteroid hit 66 million years ago and wiped out the non-avian dinosaurs, every branch of the family tree that hadn't made the transition to feathered, flying form. The giant sauropods, the apex predators, the horned, armored, crested lineages, gone. But one branch didn't go extinct. One branch was already airborne. The birds that survived the impact winter were not distant relatives of the dinosaurs. They were not descendants of something dinosaur adjacent. They were, in the most precise biological sense available to us, dinosaurs, avian dinosaurs, the direct continuation in feathered and flying form of the same lineage that produced Eoraptor in the Triassic and Allosaurus in the Jurassic. The sparrow on a branch outside your window right now is a dinosaur. The pigeons navigating the city streets are dinosaurs. Every bird you will look at for the rest of your life after reading this sentence is a living dinosaur, carrying forward the unbroken lineage of a group that first appeared in the ruins of the Permian extinction 231 million years ago. The dinosaurs didn't go extinct. Most of them did. But the lineage itself, the branch that learned to shrink and grow feathers and take to the air, is still here. Still here, in fact, in extraordinary numbers. There are roughly 10,000 species of birds alive today. Measured by species diversity, birds are the most successful group of land vertebrates on the planet. More species than mammals. More species than reptiles. By species count, the age of dinosaurs never ended. We've been living inside it the whole time. I keep coming back to Eoraptor, that 10-kilogram, turkey-shaped, scraggly generalist running from Post-Tasucus in the burnt-out ruins of the post-Permian world. No indication in its anatomy or its situation that it represented anything important. No sign that the particular combination of upright legs and efficient lungs it was carrying would matter. No awareness that 165 million years later, one of its descendants would be pressing its tiny talons against the branch outside a bedroom window in a city that hadn't been imagined yet. Eoraptor didn't know. The first bird didn't know. Neither of them had any access to what they were part of. They just kept going, ate what was available, avoided what would eat them, spread into whatever space was open. And here we are, looking back at the whole arc of it, from scorched Triassic wasteland to feathered creatures in every sky on Earth. And the arc only becomes visible in retrospect. From inside it, it was just survival. One meal, one generation, one narrow escape at a time. I find something in that worth holding on to. But there's something the Jurassic story leaves out. Something that was happening simultaneously, in the same period at scales just as extreme, and almost nobody talks about it. Because while Allosaurus was hunting sauropods on land and Archaeopteryx was making its first awkward flights through the Jurassic canopy, the oceans below were being ruled by things that make the land dinosaurs look approachable. No dinosaur ever lived in the sea. Not one. Mosasaurus, Plesiosaurus, the giant sea monsters from every documentary, none of them were dinosaurs. They were a completely separate group of marine reptiles, and some of them were doing things in the Jurassic Ocean that still don't make intuitive sense when you look at the numbers. One of them had eyes 23 centimeters in diameter, larger than any known vertebrate eye in Earth's history, specifically evolved to hunt in total darkness, at depths where sunlight doesn't reach. Another had a neck containing more vertebrae than any animal before or since, functioning as a biological sniper rifle in open water, staying perfectly still until prey entered range, then striking faster than the prey's nervous system could register danger. And at the top of all of it sat something that the fossil record describes conservatively as having a skull approaching 2 meters long. That's not a typo. A skull. 2 meters. The Jurassic Ocean had no rules, and the things that lived in it had no equivalent in anything alive today. That's next. No dinosaurs in the water. Something worse. You think dinosaurs ruled the ocean? Not one of them did. Mosasaurus? Not a dinosaur. Plesiosaurus? Not a dinosaur. Even Spinosaurus, the one that looks most at home in the water, the one with the sail and the long snout, it waded in rivers and snatched fish from the shallows. That's not ocean living. That's fishing from the bank. For the entire duration of the Mesozoic, across every era the dinosaurs ruled the land, not a single dinosaur species made the ocean its permanent home. Not one. So here is the question that should have been keeping you up at night. While Allosaurus was hunting sauropods on the land, and Archaeopteryx was making its first uncertain flights through the Jurassic forest canopy, while all of that was happening on the surface, what exactly was running the oceans? The answer is something older than dinosaurs, more ruthlessly specialized than anything on land, and operating at scales that don't fit neatly into the way we normally think about predation. And one of them had a skull that approached 2 meters in length. The Jurassic period stretched from roughly 201 to 145 million years ago, and the ocean of that world was almost unrecognizable compared to the one we know. Sea level stood nearly 200 meters higher than today. Europe as a landmass was mostly submerged, a shallow, warm archipelago of islands scattered across a vast inland sea. Pangaea was tearing itself apart along its seams, new ocean basins cracking open along the rifts. The Proto-Atlantic taking its first hesitant steps toward the ocean it would become. The water was warmer, richer in nutrients, and packed with life at a density that the modern ocean doesn't match. What looked like a calm blue surface was, below the waterline, an arms race running in parallel with everything happening on land. Every bit as intense, every bit as violent, and in some ways, considerably stranger. The animals ruling this ocean were not fish. They weren't sharks in any sense you'd recognize. They were a group of reptiles that had done something remarkable. They'd abandoned the land entirely, returned to the sea their ancestors had left hundreds of millions of years earlier, and rebuilt themselves from the inside out for life in open water. They were air-breathing, warm-blooded in some species, and in a few cases, capable of feats that have no equivalent in any animal alive today. The first is Ophthalmosaurus. The name means eye lizard, and the name is, if anything, an understatement. Ophthalmosaurus was an ichthyosaur, a member of the lineage that had been returning to the sea since the Triassic, gradually becoming more fish-like in body form with each passing generation. By the Jurassic, the ichthyosaur blueprint was essentially complete: a streamlined, torpedo-shaped body, a vertical crescent-shaped tail fin, forelimbs fully transformed into paddle-like steering surfaces, and a long, narrow rostrum lined with teeth. It looked, in almost every external respect, like a large dolphin. But Ophthalmosaurus had something no dolphin has ever had, something no vertebrate in the entire history of life on Earth has matched before or since. Its eyes measured roughly 23 centimeters in diameter. To put that in perspective, the largest eye of any living vertebrate belongs to the giant squid, a cephalopod, at around 27 centimeters. Among vertebrates specifically, Ophthalmosaurus holds the record. Those eyes were larger than a volleyball. They were large enough that they were supported internally by a ring of bony plates, a structure called the sclerotic ring, which reinforced the eye against the crushing pressure of deep water and prevented it from collapsing during dives. Those eyes existed for one reason: darkness. When scientists analyze the geometry of the Ophthalmosaurus eye, its pupil aperture, the ratio of lens size to eye diameter, the density of the receptor-bearing tissue, they concluded that it was almost certainly a deep water specialist, capable of hunting in light conditions that would render any other predator of comparable size completely blind. Estimated dive depth, somewhere beyond 600 meters, well below the photic zone where sunlight ceases to penetrate. 600 meters down in the Jurassic Ocean, in absolute cold and absolute darkness, something the size of a large dolphin was navigating and hunting with eyes the size of your head. And it did this not occasionally, but as its primary ecological strategy. The second creature is one that has entered popular mythology in a distorted form. Because almost anyone who grew up fascinated by prehistoric animals has heard of the plesiosaur, most of what they heard is wrong in exactly the ways that matter. The long neck is real. The rest of the mental image usually isn't. The standard plesiosaur body plan, small head, enormously elongated neck, broad barrel-shaped body, 4 large paddle-like flippers, was taken to its logical extreme in a genus called Cryptoclydus, and pushed even further in later forms like the Cretaceous Elasmosaurus. In the most extreme long-necked species, the neck made up more than half the animal's total body length, and the number of cervical vertebrae exceeded 70, compared to the 7 that every mammal on Earth possesses, from a mouse to a giraffe. Here is what that neck was not for. The old image of a plesiosaur using its long neck like a sea snake to strike at fish from the surface, head swaying above the water, is almost certainly wrong. The neck musculature and vertebral structure strongly suggest it couldn't be raised far above horizontal. It was a horizontal weapon, not a vertical one. What it was for, the leading hypothesis, supported by biomechanical modeling, is something more patient and more precise. Picture the animal hovering nearly motionless in the water column. Not pursuing, not chasing, just waiting. With the body stabilized by those 4 powerful flippers, and the neck extended forward along the horizontal. A school of fish moves into range. The neck, that extraordinary 70-vertebra precision instrument, launches the head forward in a strike that happens faster than any fish's lateral line sensory system can register as danger. It wasn't a predator that chased. It was a predator that arrived. Scientists examining plesiosaur stomach contents have found masses of fish bones, along with quantities of smooth pebbles, gastroliths, which the animals swallowed deliberately. The pebbles served 2 functions. They helped grind food in the stomach, and they adjusted buoyancy, allowing the animal to hold a specific depth without constant muscular effort. The plesiosaur was, in this sense, a precision instrument in every dimension of its biology. It had calculated, across millions of years of evolution, the most efficient possible way to sit in water and kill fish. And then there was Pliosaurus. Pliosaurus was technically a plesiosaur. It belonged to the same broad lineage, but it had taken the evolutionary path in precisely the opposite direction from the long-necked forms. Where they minimized the head and maximized the neck, Pliosaurus compressed the neck almost entirely and put all available investment into the skull. The largest known Pliosaurus specimens have skulls approaching 2 meters in length. A 2-meter skull on an animal estimated at 10 to 12 meters total body length, with a body weight exceeding 10 tons. 4 massive paddle-shaped flippers capable of generating explosive acceleration from a standing stop, and a bite force that biomechanical estimates place in a category that dwarfs any animal alive today, substantially exceeding the bite of a modern saltwater crocodile, and in some estimates approaching or matching the bite force of T-Rex. But bite force alone doesn't capture what made Pliosaurus genuinely different from the large predators we covered in earlier episodes. T-Rex was big, and its bite was catastrophic, but it was slow. An apex predator that relied on overwhelming a target once it had closed the distance. Pliosaurus could close the distance. 4 simultaneous paddle strokes. Fore and aft flippers firing together could launch it from rest to full speed in a burst that no prey animal in the Jurassic Ocean could have anticipated or outrun. The hydrodynamics of the pliosaur body were specifically evolved for this. A short, streamlined neck eliminated drag. A stiff torso reduced wasted lateral movement. Those 4 enormous paddles were positioned to generate thrust simultaneously rather than alternately, which is why their acceleration was qualitatively different from anything that used a tail for propulsion. It was big enough to kill anything in the ocean. It was fast enough to catch anything it had decided to kill. And paleontologists excavating Jurassic sites have found the bones of large-bodied marine reptiles, ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, bearing tooth marks with dimensions that correspond exactly to Pliosaurus dentition. It ate its own order. In the Jurassic Ocean, there was no third option. You were a predator or you were prey. And for most things in that water, the distinction was purely temporary. There is one more animal in the Jurassic Ocean that deserves mention, because it illuminates something specific about how evolution works that no textbook explanation quite captures the way a single animal can. It was called Geosaurus, a marine crocodilian, a true crocodile ancestor, or at least a close relative, that had done something extraordinary. It had gone back into the sea, and in doing so, had abandoned almost everything that makes a crocodile a crocodile. The armored scales were gone, replaced by smooth skin. The 4 limbs had been reshaped into flippers. The tail had developed a fish-like fin lobe. The body had become slender and streamlined. If you found Geosaurus as a fossil without context, you might struggle to recognize it as a crocodilian at all. This is a phenomenon biologists call convergent evolution, the process by which unrelated lineages facing the same environmental pressures arrive independently at the same solutions. The dolphin shape, the paddle limbs, the smooth skin, the tail propulsion. Geosaurus reinvented, from the crocodile blueprint, the same basic design that ichthyosaurs had arrived at from a completely different starting point, and that whales would arrive at from yet another starting point 130 million years later. The ocean keeps asking the same question, and life, over and over again, across hundreds of millions of years, and from wildly different starting positions, keeps arriving at the same answer. There is something almost mathematical about this, a constraint so absolute that it overrides the particulars of ancestry, overrides the accident of what body you started with, and produces convergence across time spans that dwarf the entire existence of our species. The sea demands a shape, and everything that lives in it long enough eventually becomes that shape. I want you to hold something in your mind before we leave the Jurassic Ocean. The ichthyosaurs had been in the water since the Triassic. Some lineages had been marine for over 100 million years by the time the Jurassic ended. They had become so thoroughly aquatic, so completely committed to the ocean, that they had lost the ability to come ashore at all. They gave birth to live young in open water. They could not have survived on land for even an hour. And then, 66 million years ago, the asteroid hit, and they died. Not because they weren't extraordinary, not because something better had replaced them. They died because the world they had been perfected for, the warm, nutrient-rich Mesozoic sea, suddenly stopped existing. The darkness and cold of the impact winter killed the phytoplankton at the base of the entire marine food chain. The system that had sustained them for 100 million years collapsed faster than any adaptation could respond to. The fossil record preserves them perfectly. The eyes the size of volleyballs, the gastroliths in the stomachs, the tooth marks in the bones, the 2-meter skulls, and then silence. They didn't survive because being extraordinary was not the same thing as being suited to what came next. The qualities that made them the most precisely adapted predators this planet had ever seen in open water were the exact qualities that left them with nowhere to go when the environment they were adapted for disappeared. I come back to this every time I think about what it means to be optimized for a world. The most dangerous thing you can be is perfectly fitted to conditions that can change. But here's what happened after the Jurassic ended and the Cretaceous began. And it's one of the most counterintuitive stories in the entire history of life on Earth. You would expect the Cretaceous ocean to be quieter, more tame, something that built cautiously on what the Jurassic left behind. It wasn't. It got worse. The ichthyosaurs faded out, but what replaced them at the top of the Cretaceous ocean was something that had started on land, something that had come back to the sea far more recently than the ichthyosaurs, and had become, in that shorter time, possibly even more terrifying. Mosasaurus, 15 meters, 10 tons, a bite force that exceeded almost anything the Jurassic had produced. And in the same water, plesiosaurs that had pushed their neck vertebra count past 70. But here's the thing nobody talks about when they discuss the Cretaceous. The most transformative event of the entire period, the force that reshaped the food chains and ecosystems of an entire planet, on land and in the sea simultaneously, wasn't a predator. It wasn't an extinction. It wasn't even an animal. It was a flower. Before the Cretaceous, there were no flowers on Earth, not one. And then flowers appeared, and the world changed faster than almost any event in the history of terrestrial life, in ways that still reach forward 80 million years to the food on your table right now. That's next. The most dangerous thing in the Cretaceous wasn't a dinosaur, it was a flower. You think the most powerful force in the Cretaceous was T-Rex? Wrong. Not even close. If you compressed the entire 79 million year span of the Cretaceous period into a single day, T-Rex wouldn't appear until the final 36 minutes. It ruled for 36 minutes out of 24 hours. That's not domination, that's a footnote. For the other 23 hours and 24 minutes, for more than 96% of the entire Cretaceous, something else was running the show. And it wasn't any predator you've heard of. It had no teeth, no claws, no speed, no size. It was a flower. Before the Cretaceous, there were no flowers anywhere on Earth. Not a single one. The land was green, conifers, ferns, cycads, but it was green the way a parking garage is concrete. Dense with life, but nutritionally flat, difficult to digest, low in sugar, low in variety, low in the kind of energy that builds complexity. Then, somewhere in the Cretaceous, something happened that doesn't get nearly the attention it deserves. The first flower opened. And what followed, across the next 50 million years, reshaped the food chains of an entire planet more thoroughly than any predator, any extinction event, any geological upheaval in the preceding 100 million years. No flower, no Cretaceous biodiversity explosion. No flower, no insect megadiversification. No flower, no fruiting plants, which means no ancestor of our mammal lineage surviving to reach the Paleocene. No flower, no agriculture. No wheat, no rice, no civilization. The most transformative force in the history of terrestrial life was not a predator. It was a biological strategy for reproduction, petals and pollen and the ancient contract between plant and animal that quietly rewrote everything. The Cretaceous period ran from approximately 145 to 66 million years ago, 79 million years in total. For context, the entire span of time that separates us from the end of the dinosaurs is 66 million years. The Cretaceous was longer than that, start to finish. It began where the Jurassic left off, warm, humid, CO2-rich, sea levels dramatically higher than today. The shallow inland seas that had flooded large portions of the continents during the Jurassic were still there, in some cases expanded. The North American continent was divided in half by a shallow sea stretching from the Arctic to the Gulf of Mexico, the Western Interior Seaway, which paleontologists have sometimes called the Hell Aquarium, and which we'll return to shortly. The atmosphere held CO2 at more than 4 times today's concentration. The greenhouse effect was in sustained operation. Global mean temperatures were higher than anything in our industrial era projections, with tropical zones reaching surface temperatures that most modern life couldn't tolerate. There were no permanent ice caps at the poles. Polar forests existed where ice sheets stand today. You'd walk out into that world and the air would hit you immediately. Thick, damp, warmer than a sauna in the lowlands, every breath carrying more CO2 than your body was designed to process. Within a day, in most regions, a volcano would probably erupt somewhere on the horizon. Within a week, a dramatic temperature swing that your modern intuitions about weather couldn't prepare you for. And yet, in those conditions, in that extreme, unstable, CO2-saturated world, life diversified faster than at almost any other point since the Cambrian. The reason was the flower. To understand what the flower actually did, you need to hold the pre-flower world clearly in your mind. Before flowering plants, before angiosperms in the botanical terminology, the dominant vegetation on land was gymnosperms, conifers, cycads, ginkgos, and their relatives. These are plants that produce seeds, but they produce them naked, not enclosed in a fruit, not packaged with sugars or nutrition for the disperser, just seeds lying exposed in cones or similar structures. The nutritional profile of this world was, by the standards of what followed, poor. Conifer needles are tough, resinous, and low in digestible nutrients. Fern fronds require specialist biochemistry to process. The herbivores that ate these plants, the giant sauropods, the various plant-eating ornithischians, needed either enormous bulk fermentation systems or highly specialized gut chemistry, or both, to extract usable energy from what was available. No sugars in the fruits, no nutritional reward for spreading seeds, no partnership between plant and animal. And then, roughly in the Middle Cretaceous, somewhere around 130 to 100 million years ago, the angiosperms appeared, flowering plants. The group that today accounts for roughly 90% of all plant species on Earth, including essentially every food crop our civilization depends on. The first flowers were probably small and simple, but the innovation they represented was profound. Seeds enclosed in a structure, an ovary which becomes a fruit, that the plant actively invested in making nutritious and attractive. Not because the plant was being generous, because any animal that ate the fruit and dispersed the seed in its droppings was, from the plant's perspective, doing useful work. Reward the disperser, and the disperser keeps coming back. It was, in evolutionary terms, a deal, the first deal, and both sides kept their end. What happened after the angiosperms established themselves was, in ecological terms, a detonation that makes the Cambrian explosion look deliberate. The flowering plants didn't just add themselves to the existing ecosystem, they restructured it from the ground up, in every direction simultaneously. Insects, which had been present since the Carboniferous, diversified since the Permian, and grinding along through the Triassic and Jurassic in reasonable but not exceptional numbers, suddenly had an entirely new kind of resource available. Flowers produce pollen. Flowers produce nectar. Neither of these existed before angiosperms. And insects that could access them had an enormous caloric advantage over insects that couldn't. The co-evolutionary arms race that followed produced, in geological terms very quickly, the extraordinary diversity of insect pollinators we have today. Bees, wasps, moths, butterflies, beetles, flies, hundreds of thousands of species, each in some way shaped by the particular flowers they evolved alongside. The flowers, in turn, were shaped by the insects, color patterns that matched pollinator visual spectra, scents calibrated to attract specific species, timing adjusted to pollinator activity cycles. This was an entirely new mode of ecological relationship. Not predator and prey, not host and parasite, a mutualism, a partnership in which both parties benefit, operating simultaneously across thousands of species pairs, amplifying into a cascade of complex complexity that the Jurassic landscape could not have produced or sustained. More diverse insects meant more diverse insectivores. More diverse plants meant more diverse herbivores. More diverse herbivores meant more diverse predators. The food web deepened and widened in every direction. The Cretaceous biodiversity explosion, the extraordinary variety of life we find in Cretaceous fossil beds compared to the Jurassic, is substantially the product of this one innovation: a flower. The oldest agricultural technology on Earth, invented by plants 100 million years before humans figured out anything equivalent. While the flower was quietly transforming everything from the ground up, the Cretaceous sky had been claimed by something that had no evolutionary connection to any of it. Quetzalcoatlus northropi, informally known as the Quetzalcoatlus, named after the Mesoamerican feathered serpent deity, was a pterosaur. Specifically, the largest flying animal known to science, by a margin that still seems improbable when you encounter the numbers. Wingspan, approximately 11 meters. The wingspan of a small, single-engine aircraft. Standing height on the ground, nearly 6 meters, taller than a giraffe. When Quetzalcoatlus stood on the ground, it stood at about the shoulder height of an African elephant, looking down at almost every other living thing in its environment. It was not, by any stretch, a graceful ground animal. Its proportions were extreme even by pterosaur standards. The neck was long and muscular. The head was enormous relative to the body. The hind limbs were relatively short and adapted for launching into flight rather than sustained walking. Moving on the ground, it was probably awkward. In the air, it was something else. Pterosaur flight mechanics are still being actively modeled, but the leading interpretations suggest that large pterosaurs like Quetzalcoatlus were primarily soaring animals, using thermal columns and ridge lifts to stay aloft with minimal active flapping, similar in basic strategy to a modern albatross or condor, but at a scale those birds never approached. Wind tunnel modeling suggests Quetzalcoatlus could sustain cruise speeds in the range of 100 to 130 kilometers per hour over very long distances, potentially crossing ocean basins without landing. The prey? Mid-sized animals and small dinosaurs. Quetzalcoatlus was not a fish skimmer or a filter feeder. It was a terrestrial predator that could cover enormous distances and strike from the air on targets that had essentially no prior evolutionary experience with aerial predation at this scale. Imagine standing in open ground. A shadow appears overhead, longer than a bus, moving silently, descending. That was a real thing. That was the Cretaceous sky. On land, the Cretaceous reached size extremes that the Jurassic, for all its giants, never quite touched. Argentinosaurus, discovered in Patagonia and estimated from fragmentary remains, is one of the largest land animals ever to exist. Body length, approximately 35 meters. Body weight, somewhere in the range of 70 to 80 tons, roughly equivalent to 12 to 15 African elephants stacked on a scale. When Argentinosaurus moved through the landscape, the ground registered it seismically. A single femur, a single thigh bone, exceeded the height of an adult human. The animal's footprint, preserved in Cretaceous sediment, was large enough to stand in comfortably. And yet, Argentinosaurus was not safe, because in the same ecosystem there existed Giganotosaurus carolinii, a predator discovered in Argentina in 1993, whose size estimates revised everything paleontologists thought they knew about the upper limits of large theropod body plan. Body length approaching 13 meters. Body weight up to 8 tons. Serrated teeth, continuously replaced throughout its lifetime, designed for slicing rather than crushing. Giganotosaurus almost certainly could not have killed a healthy adult Argentinosaurus alone. The size differential was simply too extreme. But the fossil record and trace evidence suggests these animals hunted in loose groups, possibly family units, harassing and ambushing vanquishing subadults or injured individuals, a strategy that, if true, represents pack hunting at a scale and weight class nothing in Earth's history before or since has replicated. Imagine the encounter. A group of animals each weighing 8 tons, coordinating an attack on something weighing 80 tons. The differential between predator and prey would be comparable to a wolf pack attacking a loaded freight train. And then there was North America. T-Rex entered the fossil record approximately 68 million years ago and went extinct 66 million years ago. 2 million years. Its entire tenure on Earth was 2 million years, shorter than the time since our own species first appeared. In that brief window, it became the most overrepresented predator in human popular consciousness, and the most studied dinosaur in the history of paleontology. This is not entirely unwarranted. Tyrannosaurus rex was, in the specific domain of bite force, probably the most powerful land predator that has ever existed. Current biomechanical estimates place its bite force at approximately 57,000 newtons, enough to shear through bone as easily as most predators bite through muscle. The functional consequence was that T-Rex could exploit a resource that no other land predator in its ecosystem could access: the marrow inside the bones of large dinosaurs, which represented a significant caloric cache inaccessible to anything with lesser jaw mechanics. The sensory apparatus was extraordinary. The olfactory bulbs, the brain structures dedicated to processing smell, were proportionally enormous, suggesting a sense of smell in a class well above any living land predator. The visual system included binocular overlap greater than a modern hawk's. The inner ear geometry indicates the range of head motion most sensitive to low-frequency sound in the range produced by large, moving animals. T-Rex was an apex sensory system, attached to catastrophic bite force, wrapped in a body the size of a city bus. But it ruled for only 36 minutes of a 24-hour day. And in those 36 minutes, it competed for apex position with other large theropods, with Quetzalcoatlus in the sky and with the ocean. The Western Interior Seaway, the shallow sea that divided North America during the Cretaceous, has been described as one of the most extreme marine ecosystems in the history of life on Earth. And the nickname paleontologists have given it is not hyperbole. The apex predator of this sea was Mosasaurus. Not a dinosaur, not even a close relative of dinosaurs. A mosasaur, a group of large marine lizards that had returned to the sea relatively recently in geological terms and had diversified rapidly into the ecological roles the ichthyosaurs had once occupied and were now vacating as the Cretaceous progressed. Mosasaurus reached approximately 15 meters in length. Body weight estimates exceed 10 tons. The jaw was reinforced for extreme biting force, substantially beyond a modern saltwater crocodile, which currently holds the record among living reptiles. And unlike the ichthyosaurs, which hunted primarily fish and cephalopods, Mosasaurus targeted anything in its size range, including other mosasaurs. The fossil record contains mosasaur bones bearing mosasaur tooth marks. It was the dominant predator in what was effectively a confined body of water, a warm, shallow inland sea with no exits to the open ocean at most of its extent. The density of large predators in this environment, relative to available volume and prey biomass, was probably higher than in any marine environment before or since. Alongside Mosasaurus lived large plesiosaurs, including Elasmosaurus, one of the longest-necked animals ever found, with more than 70 cervical vertebrae in a neck that accounted for more than half its total body length. The same sniper rifle hunting strategy that the long-necked plesiosaurs had refined in the Jurassic, taken to its furthest conceivable anatomical extreme. And there was Archean, the largest known turtle in Earth's history, nearly 5 meters long, 2,000 kilograms, with a shell that was not solid bone, but a cartilaginous framework covered in thick skin. Even the turtles of the Cretaceous required biomechanical revision. Before the asteroid arrives, before we close this chapter, there is one more thing about the Cretaceous that I want to give its proper weight. Parasaurolophus walkeri, a hadrosaurid ornithopod from the late Cretaceous of North America, was a plant-eating dinosaur of moderate size, unremarkable in most respects. 4 legs, a duck-billed snout, reasonably mobile over open ground. But extending from the rear of its skull was a curved, hollow, bony crest, shaped roughly like an elongated curved tube that arced backward over the animal's back. The crest contained a complex internal passage system, a series of chambers and tubes running from the nostrils through the crest and back to the throat that served no obvious respiratory function. What it did instead? It produced sound. Specifically, when the animal exhaled through the crest, the passage geometry created resonant amplification in the low-frequency range, a deep, penetrating, carrying tone that could propagate through vegetation and over distance in a way that higher frequency calls cannot. Researchers who have modeled the crest acoustically estimated that Parasaurolophus could produce a resonant call somewhere in the low frequency range, a sound more felt than heard at close range, and audible over significant distance. Different crest sizes and geometries across individuals may have produced individualized call signatures, allowing herd members to identify each other by sound alone. The Cretaceous wasn't silent. It had music. Herds of Parasaurolophus in the late afternoon, calling across the landscape with low, horn-like resonance that carried for kilometers through the warm, dense air. Quetzalcoatlus shadows sweeping across the same plains. Somewhere, barely visible in the distance, the ground trembling faintly under the weight of something that weighed 80 tons. This is what the world was like before the end. 66 million years ago, a bolide approximately 10 kilometers in diameter struck the Yucatan Peninsula at roughly 20 kilometers per second. The energy released in the first seconds of impact exceeded the combined yield of every nuclear weapon ever built by a factor of several billion. The rock beneath the impact point vaporized. A hypersonic pressure wave propagated outward through the crust. Material was ejected into the upper atmosphere and beyond, some of it achieving orbital velocity and re-entering as a global rain of superheated ejecta that set fire to surface vegetation across the planet within hours. The immediate destruction was catastrophic in the literal sense, but the longer catastrophe was what followed, the impact winter. Pulverized rock dust, soot from continental-scale wildfires, and sulfur aerosols from the vaporized carbonate rock at the impact site formed a stratospheric layer dense enough to block sufficient sunlight to collapse global photosynthesis. Not everywhere, not forever, but enough and for long enough that the food chains dependent on photosynthesis, which is to say all of them, began to fail from the base up. The marine food chains collapsed within months to years. The terrestrial food chains followed. By the time the atmosphere cleared sufficiently for photosynthesis to resume at near normal rates, perhaps 3 to 5 years had passed. By then, 75% of all species on Earth had gone extinct, including every non-avian dinosaur, including the pterosaurs, including the mosasaurs, including the plesiosaurs. Everything we've talked about in the last 3 episodes, the giants and the hunters and the deep-sea specialists and the aerial predators and the animals that made music with bone, all of it erased in a geological instant. The Cretaceous used 79 million years to build the most complex, most diverse, most extraordinary land ecosystem this planet had ever produced. A single object from space ended it in what amounts to an afternoon. And here is the truth that always stops me when I sit with this chapter. None of it was fragile in the ordinary sense. These were not delicate things. T-Rex had survived 2 million years of competition and climate variability. The plesiosaurs had been in continuous operation for over 130 million years. The pterosaurs had been flying for over 160 million years. These lineages had already outlasted empires that make human civilization look momentary. What killed them wasn't weakness. What killed them was that the particular conditions they had been refined for, the particular chemistry of light and temperature and ocean circulation and atmospheric composition, those conditions changed faster than any adaptation could track. Being extraordinary is not the same thing as being indestructible. Being perfectly suited to a world is not the same thing as being able to survive the world's ending. The Cretaceous ended. The world rebuilt itself. And in the wreckage, something small and warm and furry and very good at hiding lifted its head and found the sky clear. But here's what nobody tells you about what came next. The asteroid wiped out the non-avian dinosaurs. Everyone knows that. It's the part of the story that gets taught in schools, written on museum walls, narrated at the beginning of every documentary about prehistoric life. What doesn't get taught is this. After the dinosaurs were gone, the world our ancestors inherited was, in some ways, more terrifying than the one that had just ended. The mammals had won. Sort of. They had survived. But survival and safety are different things, and the world of the Paleogene, the world that grew in the wreckage of the Cretaceous, had not become gentle just because the dinosaurs were gone. On land, there was a bird that stood 3 meters tall and ran at 80 kilometers per hour, with a beak it used to hammer the skulls of prey animals into fragments. Not a predator with teeth, a bird. A direct descendant of the dinosaurs that had just supposedly been destroyed. The dinosaur empire's final counterattack against the mammal world, dressed in feathers. In the water, a snake 13 meters long and weighing over a ton, the largest snake that has ever existed, which had grown to that size because the post-impact climate was so warm that its cold-blooded metabolism could sustain it. And in the sky, a bird with a 6-meter wingspan and a beak lined with false teeth grown directly from bone, which spent its entire life airborne, almost never landing, gliding across the open ocean on thermal columns for thousands of kilometers without rest. Our ancestors, the mammals that had survived the asteroid winter, were, in the immediate aftermath of the Cretaceous, still the smallest and most vulnerable things in the world they now technically owned. The fear they felt in that world is still inside you. That's next, the monsters that programmed your fear. Why are you afraid of the dark? Not metaphorically, not as a figure of speech. Why does something shift in you? Something involuntary, something that bypasses thought entirely when you find yourself outside at night, alone in the quiet. Scientists have studied this for 30 years, and the answer they keep arriving at is not what most people expect. It's not a learned behavior. It's not a cultural artifact. It's not anything that happened to you personally. It's a memory, a genetic memory pressed into your nervous system over millions of years of your ancestors being hunted by things that were faster, stronger, and considerably less interested in your survival than you were. 66 million years ago, the asteroid hit and the non-avian dinosaurs vanished. The story we're usually told is that this was the great mammalian liberation, the moment our lineage finally stepped out of the shadow it had been crouching under for 165 million years and claimed the Earth. And technically, yes, the mammals survived. The mammals inherited the planet. But here's what that story leaves out. The world that our ancestors woke up to in the aftermath of the Cretaceous was not safe. It was not gentle. It was not a world that had suddenly become hospitable to small, warm-blooded, easily digestible creatures just because the giant reptiles were gone. The dinosaurs were gone. The terror was not. On land, a bird that stood 3 meters tall and ran at 80 kilometers per hour, using a beak the size and shape of a wood axe to cave in the skulls of mammals. The direct descendant of the dinosaurs that had supposedly just been wiped out, continuing the family business under new management. In the water, a snake that was 13 meters long and weighed over a ton, the largest serpent in Earth's history, which had grown to that size because the post-impact world was so warm that its cold-blooded metabolism could sustain what should have been physically impossible. In the sky, a bird with a 6-meter wingspan, its beak lined with bone-grown false teeth that almost never landed, spending its entire existence in oceanic flight, gliding silently across thousands of kilometers of open water on thermal columns. Our ancestors, the small, nocturnal, perpetually terrified mammals who had survived the Cretaceous by being expert hiders, entered this world as the smallest and most vulnerable things alive. The fear they survived on in that world was not optional. It was the difference between a lineage that continued and one that didn't. And it is still inside you. It never left. 66 million years ago, a bolide 10 kilometers across struck the Yucatan Peninsula at 20 kilometers per second. Everything we covered in the last episode followed. The firestorm, the impact winter, the collapse of photosynthesis, the cascading failure of every food chain that depended on sunlight, which is to say, all of them. 75% of all species on Earth went extinct. Every non-avian dinosaur, every pterosaur, every mosasaur, every plesiosaur, everything we'd spent the previous 3 episodes describing, gone in what amounts to an afternoon and a few subsequent years of cold and dark. The planet went quiet. Not forever. Quiet in the way that a house goes quiet after a catastrophic event. A deceptive, temporary silence that disguises everything still moving in the walls and under the floorboards. In that silence, something very small survived. It wasn't impressive to look at. Most early Paleocene mammals were roughly the size of a rat or a small cat. They were nocturnal, that habit of 165 million years, trained into them by the need to avoid the dinosaurs, hadn't been switched off yet just because the dinosaurs were gone. They ate insects mostly, some seeds, whatever the devastated post-impact world offered. They lived in burrows, in root systems, in whatever crevice would accommodate a small, warm-blooded body trying to stay alive in the aftermath of the worst catastrophe in 186 million years. These were our ancestors. Not impressive, not dominant, not even safe as it turned out. Because the world that was rebuilding itself around them, the Paleogene, spanning from 66 to 23 million years ago, was not going to be a simple mammalian paradise. Nature abhors a vacuum, and every ecological role that the dinosaurs had vacated was about to be aggressively filled by something. The question was what? The answer, in the early going, was not mammals. The first epoch of the Paleogene is called the Paleocene. And in the Paleocene, while mammals were still small and tentative and working out what kind of world they now inhabited, the old guard of the reptile world had one more extraordinary trick to play: Titanoboa cerrahonensis. The fossil was found in 2008 in a coal mine in northern Colombia, a site called the Cerrejón Formation, which preserves one of the most complete records of the Paleocene tropics anywhere on Earth. What the paleontologists extracted from that rock when they assembled it was a snake, but a snake at a scale that has no parallel in the modern world, or in any world since. Body length, approximately 13 meters. Body weight, over a ton. Some estimates run as high as 1,100 kilograms. At its thickest point, Titanoboa was wider around than a grown adult human's torso. For comparison, the largest modern snake, the reticulated python, maxes out at around 7 or 8 meters and roughly 100 kilograms in exceptional individuals. Titanoboa was nearly twice as long and roughly 10 times heavier. The physics of how any snake gets to that size is straightforward once you understand the key variable. Snakes are ectotherms. Their body temperature is set by their environment rather than generated internally. And ectotherm metabolism is directly tied to ambient temperature. A warmer world means faster metabolism, more food processed per unit time, more energy available for growth. Cold blood and warm climate is a combination that removes the ceiling on how large a reptile body can get. The Paleocene was extraordinarily warm. Global mean temperatures ran 5 to 8 degrees Celsius higher than today. In the tropical regions of South America, mean annual temperatures probably approached 33 degrees Celsius, conditions that haven't been seen on Earth since, and that have no modern equivalent anywhere outside the most extreme equatorial environments. Titanoboa was a direct physical record of that climate, a snake whose impossible size can only be explained by an atmosphere that no longer exists. Its bones are, in this sense, a thermometer. The largest organism tells you the temperature. It hunted giant Paleocene crocodilians and large fish in the tropical waterways of what is now Colombia. It was the unquestioned apex predator of its aquatic environment. And for our small mammalian ancestors, the lesson of the Paleocene rivers was the same it had been for hundreds of millions of years. The water is not your friend. As the Paleogene progressed into the Eocene, roughly 56 to 34 million years ago, the mammals finally began catching up. Ecosystems were stabilizing, the catastrophic post-impact disruption was fading, and the mammalian body plan, freed from the evolutionary pressure of dinosaur competition for the first time in 165 million years, began to diversify at a remarkable rate. Into that diversifying world, in what is now the Mongolian interior, walked something that has been generating arguments in paleontology for 100 years. We know Andrewsarchus mongoliensis from a single skull. That's it. One skull found in 1923 by the American explorer Roy Chapman Andrews during a scientific expedition through the Gobi Desert. Andrews was the real-world inspiration for Indiana Jones, and his discovery of this particular fossil is the kind of story that belongs in a film. A skull 83 centimeters long and nearly 50 centimeters wide, embedded in Eocene rock in the middle of one of the most remote landscapes on Earth. It is the largest terrestrial carnivorous mammal skull ever found. The teeth were enormous, flat and crushing rather than sharp and slicing, which is unusual for a predator of this apparent scale, and which has generated considerable scientific debate about what Andrewsarchus actually was and what it actually ate. The rest of the animal? Unknown. No postcranial skeleton has ever been found. Every reconstruction, every body length estimate, every weight figure assigned to Andrewsarchus is extrapolated from that one skull. Body length estimates range from 4 to 6 meters. Weight estimates range from several hundred kilograms to over a ton. Where does it fit in the mammal family tree? That is also debated. For decades, it was classified as a mesonychid, a group of hoofed carnivores, but more recent analyses have placed it closer to the even-toed ungulates, the lineage that includes pigs, hippos, and, in the water, whales, which would make Andrewsarchus a distant land-based relative of the animal that would eventually become the largest predator on Earth. The skull sits in a museum in New York. It tells us almost nothing and almost everything simultaneously. A fragment of an Eocene world that was stranger and more extreme than anything that came before or after, preserved in a single piece of bone that raises more questions than it answers. Now we come to the creature whose existence is, to me, the single most unsettling fact in the entire Paleogene. Birds, as we established in episodes 10 and 12, are avian dinosaurs. They are not the descendants of dinosaurs in some loose metaphorical sense. They are, taxonomically and biologically, dinosaurs, the branch of the dinosaur family tree that survived the Chicxulub impact by virtue of being small and feathered and capable of flight. The non-avian dinosaurs went extinct. The avian ones did not. And in the aftermath of the extinction, in the Paleocene and Eocene, while our mammalian ancestors were still small and vulnerable and working out how to function as the dominant terrestrial vertebrates, one lineage of birds looked at the ecological vacuum left by the disappearance of the large theropod predators and made a decision. They stopped flying. They grew. Forus racidae, colloquially known as terror birds, were a family of large, flightless, carnivorous birds that occupied South America from the Paleocene through to the very end of the Pliocene, roughly 2 million years ago. At their largest, they stood 3 meters tall. They weighed up to 150 kilograms. Their legs were built for speed. Estimates of their running velocity cluster around 70 to 80 kilometers per hour, faster than any living land bird and substantially faster than any human sprinter who has ever existed. The beak was not a beak in the sense that modern bird beaks are beaks. It was a weapon. A massive, laterally compressed, hooked structure, proportionally enormous relative to the skull, that functioned as a combination of axe and hammer. The hunting strategy appears to have been high-speed collision. Run the prey down, overwhelm it with velocity, then deliver killing blows with that beak to the skull and spine. Alternatively, seize smaller prey, lift it, and drive it into the ground. They were not subtle. They were not stealthy. They were the Paleogene's answer to the question of what fills the ecological role vacated by the large theropod predators. And that answer was birds. Dinosaurs. The family that had survived the asteroid, growing back to fill the space that their extinct relatives had left. This is, in the most literal biological sense, the dinosaur empire fighting back. Forus Racidae dominated South America for tens of millions of years, in a continent that was isolated from North America through most of this period by a seaway. They had essentially no competition from large mammalian predators for the vast majority of their tenure. They were, in their ecosystem, what T-Rex had been in the Cretaceous, the unchallenged apex of the terrestrial food chain. Our ancestors on that continent, in that era, were prey. There is no softer way to put it. And while the terror birds held the ground, the sky over the Paleogene oceans was held by something that represents one of the most extreme solutions to the problem of flight that evolution has ever produced. Pelagornis sandersi, the largest flying bird ever found. Wingspan, approximately 6 meters. For comparison, the wandering albatross, the largest flying bird alive today, reaches a wingspan of around 3.4 meters. Pelagornis was nearly double that. The only aerial animals in Earth's history with comparable or larger wingspans were certain pterosaur species, and they were gone. The name of the thing that made Pelagornis most distinctive is embedded in its scientific name. Pelagornis was a pelagornithid, a pseudo-toothed bird. Its beak, along both edges, was lined with sharp, bony spikes that looked exactly like teeth, but weren't. They grew directly from the jawbone, extensions of the skeleton rather than separate structures like true teeth. They were designed to grip, to close around a slippery fish or squid pulled from the ocean surface, and hold it against the mechanical force of the bird's flight. Pelagornis was an oceanic soarer. It almost certainly spent the vast majority of its life airborne, exploiting dynamic soaring, a technique used by modern albatrosses, where the bird banks continuously between the fast wind above the waves and the slower wind at the surface, harvesting energy from the wind gradient to maintain flight with minimal active wing beating. Scaled to 6 meters of wingspan, this technique becomes extraordinarily efficient. Pelagornis could probably remain aloft for days or longer, covering thousands of kilometers of open ocean without landing. To land, it presumably needed a specific kind of terrain, a long, flat, low obstruction surface where those enormous wings could slow a landing descent without catastrophic collision. Getting airborne again from the surface was likely a laborious process. It lived for millions of years. It vanished sometime in the Pliocene for reasons that remain unclear, possibly related to the cooling climate reducing the productivity of the ocean surface and making the sustained soaring strategy less energetically viable. But for tens of millions of years, if you stood on the shore of any Paleogene ocean and looked up, that was what was crossing the sky. 6 meters of silent, tooth-lined oceanic glider, banking endlessly over the waves. The Paleogene lasted 43 million years. Titanoboa patrolled the tropical rivers. Andrewsarchus, whatever it actually was, moved through the Eocene forests and left us a skull full of questions. The terror birds ran down our ancestors on the South American plains at 80 kilometers per hour, generation after generation, for tens of millions of years. Pelagornis held the oceanic sky until the climate changed enough to make its strategy obsolete. And through all of it, through every epoch of that 43 million year span, our ancestors were surviving, not dominating, not thriving in any triumphant sense, surviving, hiding, running, being selected, generation by relentless generation, for the cognitive architecture that could detect danger early enough and respond quickly enough and remember the shape of a threat long enough to avoid the next encounter with it. You carry that selection in your nervous system right now. The flinch response, the the hypervigilance in unfamiliar environments, the way the dark feels inhabited, even when you know it isn't, the animal awareness that activates when you're alone outside at night, the sensation that something might be watching from a direction you're not currently looking. None of that is irrational. All of it was correct for tens of millions of years. It was correct for your ancestors in the Cretaceous, hiding from the large theropods. It was correct for them in the Paleogene, listening for the footfall of a terror bird or the movement of a 3-meter snake in the water. It was correct in the Neogene, which is where we're going next. The Paleogene ended because the world cooled. The cooling reshaped the ecosystems that had sustained all of this. The warm tropical conditions that had produced Titanoboa contracted. The isolated South American ecosystem that had allowed the terror birds to dominate without competition was finally breached. Peleogornis ran out of ocean to soar over in the way it had learned. But extinction is not the same as irrelevance. The Paleogene monsters shaped us as surely as they shaped themselves. They were the selection pressure that built the brain you are using to understand this sentence. The dinosaurs' extinction cleared the stage, but it took tens of millions of additional years of being hunted, chased, and eaten before our ancestors were actually ready to use it. But here's where the story pivots into something genuinely astonishing. Because when we reach the Neogene, 23 million years ago, the period that runs from the dawn of the Miocene through to the beginning of the Ice Age, the mammals have finally fully arrived. The world has cooled, the grasslands are spreading, and the large-bodied mammalian fauna that fills those grasslands is, in some ways, the most spectacular assemblage of life that has existed on this planet since the Cretaceous. The largest land mammal that has ever existed, 20 tons, nearly 5 meters at the shoulder, walked the Eurasian steppe. Saber-toothed cats with 20-centimeter canines hunted with surgical precision, driving those teeth into the carotid arteries of prey animals that had no defense against the strike. A creature that walked like a gorilla but looked like a horse, browsed tree branches with arms that could pull an entire limb earthward. And in the middle of all of this, 4 million years ago, in East Africa, something stood upright. It was less than 1.2 meters tall. It weighed under 40 kilograms. Its brain was roughly a third the size of yours. It bent down, and it picked up a rock. And in that moment, without knowing it, it changed everything. That's next. For 2 million years, we were prey. Then we discovered that predators are allergic to rocks. To understand what our ancestors were up against in the Neogene, you first need to understand what the world had become by 23 million years ago. The planet had been cooling since the Eocene, gradually, persistently, driven by a combination of shifting ocean currents, the uplift of the Himalayas pulling CO2 out of the atmosphere through accelerated rock weathering, and the slow repositioning of continents into configurations that disrupted the heat distribution patterns the Paleogene had depended on. The tropical forests that had stretched across the continents during the Paleocene and Eocene were retreating. In their place, something new was spreading, a biome that had existed only in patches before, now expanding across entire continental interiors. Grasslands. The first true grasslands, vast, open, wind-swept plains of C4 grass, nutritionally rich and mechanically tough, began their global expansion in the early Miocene. And grassland, as an ecosystem, operates by different rules than forest. Forest rewards concealment, slow movement, specialist anatomy. Grassland rewards speed, endurance, group vigilance, and size. The fauna that evolved to fill the Neogene grasslands was, in terms of sheer biomass and individual body size, the most spectacular land animal assemblage since the Cretaceous ended and its giants fell. Before we get to the predators, we have to talk about the thing that made predation such a structurally complicated proposition in the Neogene. Paraceratherium, also known in older literature as Indricotherium or Beleucotherium, was a rhinoceros relative. In the way that a blue whale is technically a mammal, Paraceratherium was technically a rhinoceros. The family resemblance, beyond certain bone geometries, was not obvious. It stood nearly 4.8 meters at the shoulder. Its neck reached upward another 2 meters beyond that. Body weight estimates, based on the most complete specimens, cluster around 20 tons, the equivalent of 3 large African elephants standing on a scale simultaneously. It had no horn, it had no tusks, it had a long, flexible upper lip for stripping leaves from the upper canopy of trees, in the way that a giraffe uses its tongue today, but at a body scale a giraffe cannot approach. It moved through the Eurasian steppe of the Oligocene and early Miocene like a biological skyscraper, slowly, with no predator on Earth capable of seriously threatening a healthy adult, burning through hundreds of kilograms of vegetation per day. When Paraceratherium walked, the ground registered it. Nothing hunted it. Nothing even tried. It is the largest land mammal that has ever existed by the best evidence we currently have, and it is essentially unknown outside of paleontology. The most massive terrestrial animal in Earth's history, and it doesn't get a museum wing in the popular imagination because it looks, at a glance, like a very large animal that didn't do anything dramatic. That is correct. It didn't need to. The Neogene had a habit of producing animals that look, in reconstruction, like evolution was drafting without an eraser. Dinotherium, a proboscidean in the same order as modern elephants, was large by any measure, up to 4 meters at the shoulder, with a body mass approaching 14 tons. But it's the tusks that demand explanation. They didn't project forward as elephant tusks do. They didn't curve upward. They curved downward, from the lower jaw, hooking toward the ground like a pair of enormous inverted pickaxes. Paleontologists have argued about the function of these tusks for over a century without reaching consensus. The leading hypotheses involve stripping bark from trees, digging for roots and tubers, or anchoring the animal's head against a surface during feeding. None of these explanations is entirely satisfying. The tusks of Dinotherium remain one of evolution's more confrontational unanswered questions, a structure so committed to its own geometry that it demands a purpose and refuses to yield one clearly. Then there was Chalicotherium, an animal that defies easy description because it sits at the collision point of several body plans that don't normally coexist. It was a perissodactyl, in the same order as horses and rhinos. Its body from the rear looked broadly horse-like, but its front limbs were disproportionately long relative to the rear ones, and its feet had evolved claws, not hooves, actual claws, which it walked on in a knuckle-walking posture, like a gorilla, to protect the claw tips from wear. The result? An animal approximately the size of a large ox that moved like a great ape, using those long forelimbs to pull tree branches down within reach of its browsing mouth. It was herbivorous. It was bizarre. It would have been deeply unsettling to encounter. Evolution had produced, using horse family raw material, something that moved like a primate and ate like a giraffe. The Neogene was full of decisions like this. But we need to talk about what our ancestors were actually running from. Amphicyon, in English sometimes called the bear dog, though the name does it no favors in terms of conveying the actual threat, was a member of a now extinct family called Amphicyonidae. It had been around since the Eocene, but by the Miocene, it had produced species that combined the body plan of a large bear with the speed architecture of a large canid, and the resulting combination was something that fit no simple category. The largest species weighed in excess of 300 kilograms, roughly double the mass of a large male lion. Its limb proportions suggest it was capable of sustained pursuit in a way that modern bears are not. Its skull and dentition indicate predatory specialization rather than the omnivory most bears rely on. It was, in short, an apex predator with both the endurance of a coursing predator and the raw power of a crushing one. It didn't have to choose between patience and force. It had both. In the Miocene ecosystems of Eurasia and North America, it was one of the most dangerous things walking. But the animal that defines Neogene predation in the popular imagination, and deserves to, is Smilodon, the saber-toothed cat. Smilodon, technically, is a Pliocene and Pleistocene genus rather than a Miocene one. It appears late in the Neogene and extends into the Ice Age, but the Machaerodont lineage that produced it, the saber-toothed cats in the broader sense, runs through the entire Neogene as one of its defining predatory themes. The canine teeth of Smilodon fatalis reached 20 centimeters in length, serrated along the rear edge, flattened laterally, curved in a gentle arc that biologists have spent decades trying to fully model. The strike these teeth were designed for was not the bone-crushing bite of T-Rex or the repeated slashing of Allosaurus. It was a precise, targeted, anatomically specific insertion, driving those canines into the soft tissue of the throat, targeting the jugular or carotid with what amounts to surgical accuracy, and then withdrawing. Not a hold, a cut, and then space, while the prey bled out. The jaw mechanics required to deploy 20-centimeter sabers without breaking them demanded an enormous gape. Smilodon could open its jaws to an angle of approximately 120 degrees. This required a significant reduction in the jaw's closing force relative to modern big cats. Smilodon did not have a powerful bite in the conventional sense. It had, instead, a delivery system of extraordinary precision, optimized for one specific type of strike. It was less a biting predator than a stabbing one, and it worked. It worked for millions of years, across multiple species, in multiple continents, on prey up to the size of mammoths. Everything above is context for what matters most in this episode, because through all of it, through the Miocene expansion of the grasslands, through the reign of Amphision, through the Machaerodont saber-teeth, our ancestors were not the predators. They were not the large herbivores. They were not structurally important to the Neogene ecosystem in any conventional sense. They were the small, social, fruit and insect-eating primates in the diminishing forest patches, watching the grasslands expand, watching the trees retreat, running out of the habitat their entire biology had been built for. Around 6 million years ago, in East Africa, the climate shift reached a threshold. The forest corridor that had connected the tree canopy across the region fragmented into isolated patches separated by open ground. Some populations of our primate ancestors found themselves on the wrong side of that fragmentation. The trees were gone. The savanna was in front of them. They had a choice that wasn't really a choice: stay in shrinking forest and slowly starve, or cross the open ground. They crossed. And bipedalism, full, habitual, upright walking on two legs, was what crossing the open ground selected for. This is not a graceful story. Bipedalism is, from a biomechanical engineering standpoint, a controlled forward fall. Every step is a minor emergency, the body tipping past the point of balance, caught at the last moment by the advancing foot. The pelvis had to be completely restructured. The spine's curvature changed. The ankle and foot redesigned from a grasping tool into a rigid lever. Early hominins were slower than their primate relatives in the trees, and slower than most of the predators on the plains around them. In exchange for all of this cost, the hands were free. Permanently, continuously, at every moment, the hands were free. 3.2 million years ago, the individual we call Lucy, Australopithecus afarensis, walked fully upright across a volcanic ash field in what is now Ethiopia. The footprints are preserved. They are anatomically indistinguishable from yours. She stood less than 1.2 meters tall. She weighed under 40 kilograms. Her brain volume was approximately a third of yours. She was, by any objective measure of the Neogene food chain, not impressive. Smilodon would not have hesitated. But she had two free hands, and the open savanna around her was covered in rocks. Here is what a rock actually is, from the perspective of an animal that has never encountered one as a projectile. Every predator the Neogene produced had been shaped over millions of years by the evolutionary arms race of the environments it lived in. Smilodon knew prey. Amphision knew prey. The large raptors of the period knew prey. They had refined, across uncountable generations, an instinctive understanding of how prey behaves, how it runs, how it fights back, how it smells when frightened, how it sounds when cornered. What they did not have, what no predator on Earth had ever encountered before, was a prey animal that could reach out across 15 meters of empty air and strike them from a position of complete stillness. The physics of a thrown object are simple. The evolutionary novelty of being struck by one, the confusion of processing an attack that came from a direction the predator wasn't looking, from an animal that wasn't moving, that produced pain without apparent contact, was something the predator's nervous system had no framework for. And an animal brain, encountering something it has no framework for, does what nervous systems have been doing since the Cambrian. It produces avoidance behavior. It leaves. 2.4 million years ago, Homo habilis was deliberately shaping rocks, striking one stone against another at specific angles to produce a cutting edge. Not throwing yet, necessarily, but the manipulation of stone as an intentional tool was already present. What happened between Australopithecus and Homo habilis, and in the generations that followed, was a feedback loop of the same kind that fire would later accelerate. Tools meant more effective resource acquisition. More effective resource acquisition meant better nutrition. Better nutrition meant more energy for the brain. A larger brain meant better tool manufacture and better coordination in using them. By 1.8 million years ago, Homo erectus had a brain volume approaching 1,000 milliliters. They controlled fire. They were making standardized tools that could be taught, replicated, and passed between individuals. And they were hunting, not scavenging the margins of a kill made by something stronger. Hunting, pursuing, coordinating, driving, and killing animals that individually outweighed them by factors of 10, using stone tools and the accumulated cognitive capital of a lineage that had spent millions of years learning to understand the patterns of other animals' behavior. The predator had become the predator. But here is the thing about a cognitive revolution. It doesn't announce itself as one. The Neogene wound down not with a dramatic confrontation between our ancestors and the megafauna around them, but with the slow, grinding arrival of the Ice Age. The global cooling that began in earnest around 2.58 million years ago and transformed the world's ecosystems as completely as any mass extinction had. The grasslands contracted at the poles and expanded in different patterns. Forests retreated and advanced with each glacial cycle. The megafauna of the Neogene, the animals that had grown to enormous sizes in a warmer, more stable world, found themselves, in some cases, in environments that no longer matched the conditions they had been built for. Paraceratherium was already long gone by this point, a casualty of the Middle Miocene cooling. But the Pliocene and early Pleistocene still held extraordinary things. Megatherium, the giant ground sloth, reaching 6 meters in length and standing higher than a giraffe on its rear legs. Dinofelis, a saber-toothed cat that appears, from the fossil evidence, to have specifically targeted early hominins as prey. The full arsenal of the Pleistocene megafauna that would characterize the Ice Age world our ancestors finally fully entered. One by one, as the glaciers advanced and the climate destabilized, the Neogene giants fell. Not all at once, not cleanly. Over hundreds of thousands of years, the great assemblage of large-bodied life that the Miocene and Pliocene had produced was thinned by cold, by habitat loss, by changed vegetation patterns. And by us. Because by the time the Neogene officially ended, we were no longer bystanders in the extinction process. We were participants. The species that had spent 23 million years being peripheral to the Neogene ecosystem was, by its final chapter, beginning to reshape it. The rock that a small-brained biped picked up 4 million years ago on the East African savanna had become, by a chain of cognitive upgrades too long to trace in any single step, a projectile weapon capable of bringing down a woolly mammoth from a safe distance. From a rock on the ground to a coordinated hunt on an animal weighing 6 tons. That is the cognitive distance our lineage crossed in the Neogene. And that is where the next chapter begins. Because the Ice Age our ancestors entered at the Neogene's end was not a retreat. It was a crucible, one that nearly finished us entirely, and instead produced the species capable of crossing oceans and painting caves, and eventually sitting here reading about where it all came from. But here's the thing I haven't told you yet about the Ice Age. We don't usually think of it as recent. We file it away as prehistoric, as ancient and distant as the dinosaurs, separated from us by an incomprehensible gulf of time. It isn't. 10,000 years ago, there were mammoths alive on Earth. The last isolated population of woolly mammoths went extinct around 4,000 years ago, when the pyramids at Giza were already standing. The Ice Age didn't end in some remote, unknowable past. It ended while human civilization was already underway, and it nearly took us with it. 74,000 years ago. Not deep time, not geological time, barely a rounding error on the scale of what we've covered. A supervolcano in Indonesia erupted with such force that it plunged the global climate into a years-long winter. Our species, which had been slowly expanding across Africa, was compressed to a population of perhaps just over 1,000 reproductively viable adults. Every person alive today, every single human being on Earth, descends from that group. We came that close. Not millions of years ago, not in some epic beyond imagination. 74,000 years ago. And the story of how we survived and what we became because of it, the cognitive revolution, the cave paintings, the language, the capacity for fiction and symbol and shared belief that finally separated us from every other species on Earth. That is the final chapter. That's next. The Ice Age, the last of the megafauna, and the question of what we actually are. This is the last episode, and I want to tell you the story that sits closest to us, the one that feels somehow like it happened just yesterday. 10,000 years ago, mammoths were still alive on Earth. The last isolated population didn't vanish until roughly 4,000 years ago, when the pyramids at Giza were already standing, when Egyptian scribes were already writing things down. You think of the Ice Age as something impossibly remote, a chapter from the deep past, sealed off from us by an unbridgeable gulf of time. It isn't. It ended while we were already building civilization, and before it ended, it nearly finished us entirely. 2.5 million years ago, Earth entered a geological epoch called the Pleistocene, and what happened was not simply a cold snap. It was a planet-level restructuring, a systematic, sustained, cycling collapse of global temperature, driven by the slow wobble of Earth's orbital parameters, amplified by the closure of the Isthmus of Panama, which severed the equatorial ocean current that had been circulating heat between the Atlantic and Pacific for millions of years. With that current cut off, the Atlantic began to circulate differently. Cold water that had previously been kept in motion started pooling at the poles. Ice sheets formed. And once ice sheets form, the feedback loop we've seen before in this series kicked in again. Ice reflects sunlight. Reflected sunlight means less warming. Less warming means more ice. More ice means more reflection. At peak glaciation, nearly 2/3 of North America lay buried under ice sheets that, in places, reached 4,000 meters thick. Not 4 meters, 4 kilometers. A wall of ice taller than most mountain ranges, pressing down on the continent with a weight that depressed the bedrock beneath it. So much water was locked into glaciers that global sea levels dropped by approximately 120 meters. The Taiwan Strait, today a body of water separating an island from a continent, was dry land you could walk across. The Bering Land Bridge, connecting Asia to North America, wasn't a bridge in the usual sense. It was a landmass 1,500 kilometers wide, a subcontinent really. Herds of animals and bands of humans crossed it on foot without knowing they were doing anything historic. But the most astonishing thing about the Ice Age was never the ice. It was what lived underneath the sky above it. The world of the Pleistocene was a kingdom of giants, an assemblage of large-bodied life so extraordinary it has no real parallel in anything alive today. Today's largest land animal is the African elephant, at roughly 6 tons. The steppe mammoth of the Pleistocene weighed up to 8. Its tusks curved outward and upward to lengths of 4.5 meters. Not for display, not primarily for combat, but for work. Sweeping aside the deep snow of the frozen steppe to reach the grasses and sedges buried beneath. There was the woolly rhinoceros, Coelodonta antiquitatis, its entire body blanketed in dense, coarse brown fur, a horn on its snout reaching 1.5 meters in length, moving through the Siberian permafrost without any serious predator capable of threatening a healthy adult. Paleontologists have found woolly rhinoceros specimens preserved in permafrost so completely that the original fur, the soft tissue, even the stomach contents have survived. Snapshots from a world that vanished only a geological moment ago. There was the Irish elk, Megaloceros giganteus, whose antlers, when fully spread, measured 3.6 meters from tip to tip, wider than a large car is long. The animal that carried them stood nearly 2 meters at the shoulder. Scientists have estimated that maintaining those antlers required the elk to consume extraordinary quantities of calcium and phosphorus each year, which it managed by stripping mineral-rich bark from trees during the growing season. The energetic cost of the antlers was, by any calculation, enormous. Why carry something that expensive? Possibly the same reason any animal carries something expensive. Because if you can carry it and survive, you're demonstrating something about your quality that no predator can fake. There was the cave bear, Ursus spelaeus, weighing in excess of 900 kilograms, twice the mass of a modern brown bear, sheltering in cave systems across Europe and Asia, leaving behind fossil deposits so dense with bones that early naturalists who stumbled upon them thought they'd found evidence of ancient dragon lairs. There was the cave lion, the cave hyena, the short-faced bear of North America that stood nearly 2 meters at the shoulder and could probably outrun a horse. There was the giant ground sloth, Megatherium, reaching 6 meters in total length, capable of rearing up on its hind legs to browse tree canopies at heights no other ground animal could reach, using claws that curved like scythes and a grip that could tear branches apart. Place any one of these animals into today's ecosystems, and it would be the apex of everything around it. In the Pleistocene, they coexisted, predator and prey in a web of interactions we are only beginning to understand. And then, beginning roughly 50,000 years ago and accelerating sharply around 12,000 years ago, they started to vanish. Not slowly, not gradually the way extinctions usually unfold across millions of years of geological time. Quickly, in what amounts in the fossil record to a near instantaneous collapse. Species after species, continent after continent, disappearing within centuries or millennia of each other. The woolly mammoth, gone from the Eurasian mainland by around 10,000 years ago, with that last holdout population on Wrangel Island in the Arctic Ocean, surviving until roughly 4,000 years ago, before finally blinking out. The woolly rhinoceros, gone. The Irish elk, gone. The cave bear, gone. The cave lion, gone. In North America, the horses and camels that had evolved there over millions of years, gone. The mastodons, the giant ground sloths, the American cheetah, the direwolf, all gone within the same compressed window of time. Paleontology has been arguing about the cause for nearly a century, and the argument, if anything, has intensified rather than resolved. The climate case is real. The transition from the Pleistocene to the Holocene brought rapid, dramatic warming. The vast steppe grasslands that had supported the Pleistocene megafauna, the mammoth steppe as scientists call it, a biome that stretched from Western Europe across Siberia to North America, began breaking up as temperatures rose. Boreal forest advanced northward, replacing open grassland with a habitat that couldn't support the same density of large herbivores. The food chain that had sustained giants for hundreds of thousands of years began to fray from the base up. But the hunting hypothesis keeps gaining ground, and what makes it compelling isn't a single piece of evidence. It's a pattern that is very difficult to explain away. Everywhere modern humans arrived, and only where modern humans arrived, the megafauna collapsed. The timing is precise to a degree that is, as the series has been saying since the beginning, something that makes you think carefully. Homo sapiens reached Australia roughly 50,000 years ago. Within a few thousand years, the continent had lost almost all of its megafauna, including Diprotodon, a wombat relative the size of a hippopotamus that had survived on the continent for millions of years through multiple previous climate shifts. Homo sapiens entered the Americas no earlier than about 15,000 years ago. Within roughly 2,000 years, the continent had lost approximately 70% of its large mammal species, animals that had survived the previous ice ages without incident. Mammoths, mastodons, horses, camels, ground sloths, the direwolf, the American lion, all gone in the same tight window that corresponds to human arrival and spread. New Zealand. Humans arrived around 700 years ago. The giant moa, a flightless bird reaching 3 meters in height, was extinct within a century. Madagascar. Humans arrived around 2,000 years ago. The elephant birds, the largest birds that ever lived, weighing up to 700 kilograms, were extinct within centuries. In Africa and Eurasia, where our species had been present for far longer, and where the megafauna had time to co-evolve alongside increasingly capable human hunters, the extinctions were less complete. The animals had time to develop a wariness of us. Everywhere we arrived as a novel predator, something the fauna had never encountered before, the collapse was swift. The most current and comprehensive research suggests that neither explanation alone is sufficient, and that the most accurate picture involves both working in concert. Climate change compressed the populations of the megafauna, fragmenting their ranges, stressing their reproduction, reducing the margins within which they could absorb additional pressure. Hunting by humans, even at low intensity, even with stone-tipped spears, provided the additional pressure that pushed already stressed populations past the point of recovery. We were not the only cause. We were the final weight on a scale that was already tipping. That distinction matters, not because it softens our role, it doesn't, but because it's true, and because understanding what actually happened is the only way to understand what we actually are. But here is the question this whole series has been building toward. Not why did the megafauna disappear, but why did we survive everything that came before? And then, instead of merely surviving, begin to reshape the world itself. Because here is what's genuinely strange about the human story. 40,000 years ago, this planet was home to at least 3 distinct species of human beings. Homo sapiens in Africa, and increasingly everywhere else, Neanderthals across Europe and Western Asia, where they had survived ice ages and glacial advances for over 300,000 years. And the Denisovans, a group we know almost entirely through ancient DNA, with only a handful of physical fragments to their name, whose range appears to have extended across large parts of Asia. 3 branches of the human family tree, all living on the same planet simultaneously. 30,000 years ago, there was one. The last Neanderthal died, probably somewhere in what is now southern Spain, possibly in a cave above a coastline, in a winter we can't precisely date. We don't know the specific circumstances. We know only the outcome. After more than 300,000 years of survival in one of the harshest environments the Pleistocene produced, the Neanderthals were gone, and the planet belonged to us. Why us? This is the question that paleontology, genetics, and cognitive science have been circling for decades. And the most compelling answer keeps pointing not at physical superiority, because Neanderthals had that in every measurable respect, but at something subtler and, once you understand it, far more consequential. Neanderthals were not weak. Their skeletal remains show levels of musculature that would be extraordinary by any modern standard. Their brains were, on average, slightly larger than ours. They made sophisticated tools. The Mousterian stone tool industry they developed was, by any technical measure, impressive. They buried their dead, sometimes with apparent ritual. They used pigment on their bodies and possibly on cave surfaces. They had fire. They were cognitively complex animals, operating at what looks like the edge of symbolic thought. But there is one thing the Neanderthal fossil and archaeological record consistently shows. They lived in small groups, typically 20 to 30 individuals, rarely more. The evidence for long-distance trade or exchange between Neanderthal groups is sparse. The evidence for accumulated, transmitted culture, for information and innovation passing between populations across generations and geography, is limited. They could trust the people they knew. They could cooperate with the people they'd grown up with, fought alongside, shared food with, recognized by face and name and history. What they couldn't do, or couldn't do at anything approaching the scale we could, was cooperate with strangers. And around 70,000 to 50,000 years ago, something happened inside the Homo sapiens brain that changed the terms of competition permanently. Scientists call it the cognitive revolution. What it produced, in practical terms, was the capacity for what the historian Yuval Noah Harari has called shared fiction, the ability to believe in things that have no physical existence: gods, nations, laws, obligations, debts, rights, honor, the afterlife. The idea that a stranger, simply by virtue of sharing the same belief, the same origin story, the same name for a deity, belongs to the same community as you and can be trusted and cooperated with and fought alongside. Before this, cooperation at scale was impossible. Two Neanderthals who had never met had no basis for immediate trust. Two Homo sapiens who had never met could, if they shared the same story, the same myth, the same tribal identity, the same set of beliefs about the world, cooperate instantly, and scale that cooperation to hundreds, to thousands, to tens of thousands. Neanderthals built tools in groups of 30. We could build societies, and societies can do things that groups of 30 cannot. Coordinate hunts across vast distances, share information about seasonal animal movements, develop and refine tools across multiple generations of inherited knowledge, organize in ways that overwhelm any individual predator or prey animal through sheer collective intelligence. The mammoth didn't go extinct because one human threw one spear particularly well. It went extinct because something organized a coordinated hunt, and the knowledge of how to do that was passed down and refined and improved across generations through a cultural transmission process that no other species on Earth has ever matched. We didn't win because we were smarter in the individual cognitive sense. We won because we could link minds. We became, in effect, a hive that could believe in things, and that belief, more than any physical capability, is what gave us the planet. About 17,000 years ago, deep inside a cave system in what is now the Dordogne region of France, someone painted. Not scratched, not smeared, painted, with ochre and charcoal and manganese oxide, applied with brushes made from animal hair, blown through hollow bones onto stone surfaces that had been chosen specifically for their acoustic properties, so that the sound of the cave itself would resonate differently in the chamber where the images were made. The paintings at Lascaux depict horses, aurochs, deer, bison, the animals these people hunted, lived alongside, dreamed about. The technique is sophisticated to a degree that still surprises art historians encountering it for the first time. The artists used the natural contours of the cave wall to suggest three-dimensionality, the curve of the stone becoming the curve of a shoulder or a haunch. They understood perspective. They depicted movement. They showed animals in groups, in relation to each other, in ways that suggest these weren't merely records of what they'd seen. They were stories. Art is not decoration. Art, in its earliest form, was the most advanced information technology our species had developed. Those cave walls were databases. They stored knowledge about which animals moved where, which were dangerous, which were worth pursuing, how the hunt had gone, what the world looked like. They were the accumulated cognitive capital of a community, encoded in a form that could outlast any individual memory and be read by anyone who knew the code. The people who painted those walls didn't know they were making history. They were trying to get through the winter, trying to pass something useful to their children, trying to make the world slightly more comprehensible and slightly less terrifying than it had been before they picked up the pigment. That impulse, to understand, to record, to transmit, to make meaning out of the overwhelming complexity of existence, is the thing that makes us human. Not our size, not our teeth, not our strength. The insistence on making sense of things and on passing that sense on. 15,000 years ago, with that impulse already running at full force, something began to shift. The ice retreated. The great megafauna thinned and vanished. The Pleistocene closed. And in the Fertile Crescent and in the Yangtze River Valley and across several other locations almost simultaneously, humans who had spent their entire evolutionary history as hunters and gatherers did something that had never been done in 4 billion years of life on Earth. They stayed put. They noticed that certain grasses grew back from seeds left on the ground. They began to plant deliberately. They began to tend, to harvest, to store. They domesticated animals, not just as prey, but as partners, as living tools, as sources of labor and milk and wool. 12,000 years ago, agriculture appeared, and with it, for the first time in the history of life, one species began to consciously shape the biological world around it to serve its own needs. Population densities that had been impossible for nomadic hunters became sustainable for farmers. Settled communities grew into villages. Villages grew into towns. Towns grew into cities. And the concentrated population density of cities created something new, the specialization of labor, which meant that not everyone had to grow food, which meant that some people could do other things: build, trade, think, write, govern, argue, imagine. 5,000 years ago, the first writing systems appeared. Not literature initially, mostly accounting records, inventories, tax rolls, practical things. But the technology of writing, once invented, didn't stay practical for long. It became the mechanism by which humans could accumulate knowledge across generations at a scale that verbal tradition alone could never sustain. You could read what someone wrote 2,000 years ago. You could build on it. You could argue with it. You could be changed by it. Every piece of knowledge we now possess, every scientific discovery, every philosophical insight, every piece of art that has ever been made exists because of a chain of transmission that runs back through 10,000 years of agricultural civilization, through the cave paintings of the Paleolithic, through the cognitive revolution of 70,000 years ago, through 3 million years of stone tool use, back to a small-brained biped on the East African savanna who picked up a rock and threw it and discovered that the world could be changed. This is where the series ends. Not because the story ends here. It doesn't. It's still happening. You are part of it right now. But because this is where the thread runs out of past and becomes present, becomes you.